Okay,
It
we
looks
are,
like it's not available outside of the 501 network, so I'm having to log into my phone, see it.
it's a thing with the Wi-Fi and TPS. Okay, we
It
are.
looks like it's not. We're ready whenever.
All right. Good morning.
Morning.
Great. Would you like to start with introductions this morning, since we have some new team members?
Sure, do you guys want to go first?
Sure. Donna, do you want to start?
Good morning, I'm Donna Whiteman, General Counsel of Topeka Public Schools. Happy to be here.
Hi, Gary Mickey in the business office. Brad Isnard, Executive Director of Operations.
Jessica Williams, General Director of Human Resources.
Sarah Sharp, Assistant Superintendent, Early Childhood, Elementary, and Support Services.
Billy Wallace, Associate Superintendent. Morning.
BJ Mays, teacher from Landon Middle School.
Eric Wheaton, social studies teacher at Topeka West.
Brenda Blackman, basic teacher, Robinson Middle School.
David Bender, Topeka High ELA. Debbie Jefferson, McCarter Elementary, fifth grade.
Pollyann Kessler, Ross Elementary, Music. You have a opening statement or remark?
I mean, our opening statement just is that we still have 7 staff members not on the salary schedule, and if you have that information, we would love it, and if not, we're willing to wait.
Okay. I would like to share that the district team is looking forward to a productive and collaborative negotiation session this year. Hard to believe that we're here again. We truly appreciate everything that each member of the bargaining unit does every day to support our students and ensure that we have the best learning environment possible. And we want to ensure that Topeka Public Schools is staying competitive with our salary and benefits package. We know that it's trying times right now to be able to make that happen, but we want to continue to be a regional leader in that salary and compensation package. So looking forward to a productive time ahead.
So do we have those 7 people's placement on the salary schedule?
No, we do not.
Okay, so do you guys need time to do that? Because we would be willing to wait.
I provided you with the information sharing that some of those members are paid according to documentation that we received from an outside agency. So that was the justification for that.
Their base salary still has to be on the salary schedule. So you can add stipends and supplements and all things to make that happen. But their base salary has to be a placement on the salary schedule.
If I can ask, what would the association's stance be on? Is there a difference between if we put them on the step and then we have to adjust for the military minimum pay and just giving you, as we did in the report, full gross pay? The end effect is the same. Person receives the minimum required military pay.
I mean, it is in fact the same, except they're not placed on a base salary on the salary schedule. So that would not be the same as the 90-ish other bargaining unit, 1,190-ish other bargaining members. So like, we recognize that 6 of the 7 receive a stipend. And that's fine, but their base salary has to be something on the salary schedule, and then whatever stipends and supplements and things like that are reported in those other areas.
So what do the 6 employees placement on the salary schedule have to do with the discussions that we're having today?
You don't think that abiding by the contract as currently written would be relevant to negotiations today? Because I didn't.
I think that would be relevant as a grievance filed by one of those employees if they have an issue with it. But no, I don't see the relevance to negotiations for a future contract.
As the exclusive bargaining unit, I would disagree with that. I would argue that part of our job is enforcement of that contract also.
So do we need to come back with what their grade and step is on the salary schedule plus their individual military required minimum pay before we can move forward with negotiations? Is that
Correct.
states the association?
I mean, 6 of the 7 would fall in that category. Yes, there's another person that wouldn't have the military thing, but yes, for all 7, we'd like their base pay placement on the salary schedule. And other monies need to be attributed wherever those monies come from.
So you're postponing negotiations at this time?
No, I'm requesting the information that we were aware of in November. We were told was going to be fixed, that still isn't been fixed.
I guess I would also, while we look into that, have a question that, number one, their salaries, my understanding is controlled pretty much by the military. The question also I have is, do they qualify as really members of the bargaining unit because of their special status and control by the federal government? So as you research that, I think those are also questions that I have from a legal perspective. Number one, do they meet the definition of a member of the bargaining unit? And even if they do, we have no control over the military pays their salary. So they are a separate, unique entity. I'm not even sure what their, if they're sure they have some educational background, but whether they even qualify as a professional employee.
Are they classroom educators?
As of today, no, they're not.
All 7 are not classroom educators?
Are what? Oh, I thought you said classify. I'm sorry. I
No,
didn't
classroom
understand.
educators. My understanding is that the first part of the law to qualify as a member of the bargaining unit is that all classroom educators have to be in the bargaining unit. And my understanding is that these 7 would fall under that category. Perhaps I'm wrong.
I think it's something that needs to be looked into and requires additional information and research and can be brought back to the table. I'm not sure it's going to be decided here today. So question is, do we want to spend time and energy on something that needs to have additional research? Because other than agree to disagree.
I mean, yeah, we're happy to wait while you guys go to caucus and figure that out.
We have a meeting scheduled for July 8th. To discuss the ROTC salaries. So that's when we plan to address it further.
So I just want to be clear, we scheduled bargaining dates without having all, like knowing we weren't going to have the information available.
I don't think we fully understood that this was going to be a sticking point, literally at the very beginning of negotiations. We thought that we would have more time to handle that in a way that will be collaborative with those members of staff that might be affected. So this is just catching us a little bit off guard, that it's become something that might hold up negotiations.
And again, we haven't heard from those specific employees with concerns.
So when we talked about this in November and I was told that it was gonna be fixed, we need more time still?
The short answer is yes, that doesn't happen instantly. Now, if you want us to go and just look up what their correct placement would be on the scale and tell you that step number, that would be within the military minimum pay, that's still going to take some time, but we could do that. It's not going to change the end gross pay that those employees receive because we're required to pay what the military tells us to pay. So we're just trying to understand what the end result is that you're looking for, so that we can hopefully go back and get that information and correct it. That's all.
I'm looking for all 7 employees that are currently not placed on the salary schedule to be placed on the salary schedule with their base pay. That's what I would like.
Right, sounds like we've got already a meeting in place where we're gonna be working, so we'll get it to you as soon as we have that information.
So
think
7
that-
months later, we still don't have it.
The question now is, I mean, is this gonna be a productive meeting? We're all busy people, happy to continue this to another day. First day of school is in August, everybody, but we have the rest of the summer to meet. If, this is gonna be a hang-up issue that we can't proceed with the issues that benefit all employees.
I think it benefits all employees for all employees in the bargaining unit to be placed on the salary schedule, which is what the negotiated agreement says should happen. I mean, what's to say we don't take an 8th employee off the salary schedule and decide that their salary is different than what is on the salary schedule? Whether that's in their benefit or not, right?
I think the question is, are you ready to move on as a team to discuss the other items, or?
That were noticed in the letter.
So I want to be very clear again. We were aware that this was an issue all the way back in November. I was told in November that it would be fixed. So 7 months later, it's not fixed. And now you're telling me that you need almost another month to do that? Like, can we understand why that would be frustrating? Cause I mean, I don't feel like it should be hard to go to the salary schedule and say, this is their base salary, and then the stipends that the government or whoever, wherever that money comes from, goes in the correct column for that. I don't understand why placing them on the salary schedule is this difficult.
I understand your perspective. I think at this point, we just need to know, can we continue today discussing the items that were noticed in the letter? Or are we waiting for the meeting to happen on July 8th?
We would be happy to look at something of yours, sure.
So then is this going to be collaborative and you're also going to be passing items, or are you just going to take our items?
I mean, you guys noticed more not what I was consider to be non-compensatory items that we did. So in the past, we've always noticed more things, so we've always started. So we just thought you guys would want to start this year.
I'm happy to start. Similar to last year, We spent some time outside of negotiations, working on updating the agreement. Obviously didn't spend as much time as the previous year, because we did just minor cleanups this year. We did not reformat the entire document. I just gave Brenda the items that would be considered language cleanup. Everything in her packet is highlighted red. That would be a change. There are dates in Article 1. Within Article 9 grievance procedure, we did some just language cleanup of removing classroom before professional, adding building instead of school. In Article 19, changing the wording from warning to reprimand, just aligning with the language that Human Resources currently utilizes. In Article 20, we added ARY at the end of probationary. It was a typo. We also removed the word tape from tape recordings to just simply record. We're not using tape these days. In Article 23, there was a typo where the word for was missing. One of the items that we'd spent some time with Brenda on was Article 25, duty year, around the flex day and flex program language. Kind of the order of that language was a little confusing, and so we titled it Flex Hours Program. That would be the time that occurs in June, July, and August. Moved items 4 and 5 up to D and E under that. And then we have a flex day program, which are the days that occur at the end of each quarter. So just tried to clean that up so it made a little bit more sense to the reader. Also under C, 2 events as determined instead of are determined. Article 33 just added zeros, put a little table on Article 34 for the counselor addendum. Again, just making it align with the other articles and be easy to read. Updating the dates on Article 36. On page 56, the word summative had been removed over time, and so we added that back. Page 58, summative evaluation and conference had somehow been removed, so we added that back. That is it. I did just provide the one copy given the number of pages, so Brenda, look that over and let us know at some point if you're good with those changes.
Will do.
Are you ready for one of our proposals?
Yep.
All right, Jessica is bringing around a copy of Article 31. It's kind of hard to see up at the top. All right, the district is seeking to change the language in part 2, column placement on appendix A under section A, advanced degrees. The professional employee must secure the advanced degree and notify the district on or before October 1 versus November 1. And the reason for that request is to go, any coursework that would have been completed over the summer, transcripts should be accessible by then and be able to be provided to HR. It also is preventing employees from being in a retro pay situation. It also is eliminating the business office from having to create retro pays, which is labor and time intensive. And so the earlier that we can get that information from employees, get it entered into Munis and get people moved to the correct placement on the salary schedule, it allows us to just do that earlier. Anything you'd like to add?
I think in HR, we see most of them come in August and September, and there are very few that we get after October 1. So it would be nice to not have to retro pay all of the. So we didn't see a large number coming in after October.
Do you have a possible, like, average number that you think comes in after October?
2 to 3.
2 to 3?
Is that because their classes ended late and that's the earliest they could get their transcript, or that you think is just when they happen to turn it in?
It's just when they happen to turn them in. Usually we put something in the HR communicator that says, make sure that you're looking for that advancement to have your things in by November 1, and we'll get a few stragglers in between October and November.
I had a brief glance through this article yesterday, and I didn't quickly see where it says official transcripts. How does someone know? Is there a form? Do they just reach out to HR and you say, we need a transcript? How do they know? And does it have to be official?
It does have to be official. It comes from the university showing what credits they had. They can reach out to HR, reach out to the university. Usually what happens is the university will just send them, and then they send us an email and say, hey, here are my transcripts. They're coming in for advancement.
Do you think we should have something in the article that says official transcript somewhere? So that it's not ambiguous? I don't know where the wording would fit, just asking.
I think that would be a great, yeah. Fantastic. I mean,
What if someone, I'm thinking of my daughter in particular, not into this education field, but she completed coursework, but the official transcript wasn't gonna be ready for her to start at Washburn in time. So it's a little different, but she has her unofficial, and they would take that knowing that if she's coming, she's going to do it. Would an unofficial allow you to know that it's coming, but it might not get there by this new October date? So I'm wondering if there's some wording that might allow an employee to know that The official will be coming. All I have though right now is an unofficial document.
Let me work on. I'd like to work on some wording for that because I also don't want to catch any of the employees up on. If we put official and then still accept an unofficial, then does that leave us to say, well, this wasn't official? So I don't want to penalize the employee in any way by adding the word official. Because there have been times where we get that unofficial, and we say, yes, we see it. And here's an instance, Baker. We had an issue with Baker a few years ago where their whole computer system went down and they were unable to produce the official transcripts. We knew that. We had had communication with Baker and we still accepted the unofficial and waited for the official. So I'm nervous that maybe putting official transcripts in there would.
Sure. I just, those were things that we were.
Let me think on this a little bit.
Or if you want to produce a counter proposal.
Yeah.
You would be willing to consider that.
Okay. We also were curious if you guys have your Article 9 ready.
Yeah.
What was 3? It is 3 pages, just because I included the entire. This was pretty clearly outlined in our notice letter, what the request was going to be. You do see some minor language cleanup that I mentioned earlier, when we got started, and then the ask is in the final paragraph of step 2. Superintendent or their designee will communicate their decision in writing together with supporting reasons to the aggrieved professional employee, their representative, and any association representative who participated in this step. The principal of the school or the program supervisor and the general director of human resources or their designee within 20 school days after receiving the appeal versus 15. It's not 15 days after the hearing, it's 15 days after receiving the appeal notice. So that is a really tight timeline to give a thoughtful and thorough response.
Would you consider changing it to be after the meeting to fit the step 1?
The language up above.
So instead of changing it to 20 days after receiving the appeal, leave it at
Yes.
15, but do it after the conference?
Yes, would you like to prepare a counter proposal?
Yeah, we can do that. I just didn't want to do it if you weren't interested in looking at it.
But yes. At this time, would you like to caucus and discuss what's been passed?
Yeah. It's 9:30. What time do you want to come back?
3.
Are you buying lunch?
We're still here at 3.
Half hour?
10 o'clock? Okay.
Yeah. I will message you if for some reason we feel like we need more time.
Okay,
Sound fair?
thank you. So we just handed out Article 9. We just changed it to be, instead of changing the 15 days to 20 days after the appeal, we just changed to 15 days after the conference, so that it is in line with step 1. And then also Article 31, I know Jessica had said that she would like to look at that, but we were just wanting to provide an option of something we thought might work for her to consider if she hadn't come up with anything else.
So, talk to us about that sentence that you added. An official transcript is not available prior to October 1.
So part of our concern is that if a class doesn't end until the very end of August, or the Baker problem happens again, that receiving an official transcript to provide to the district by the October 1 deadline would not be possible potentially. So we wanted to, as Jessica had indicated, there was concern that if we changed it to an official transcript, we feel like adding official transcript makes it clear to everyone what it is that is notification, because right now it just says notify. So to me, that's, I could send the email and say, I got an extra degree. I need to move on, right? Like, so we just wanted to clarify that to make sure that it's very clear to everyone who reads the article that this is what you need to do. Because if you don't send an email to them until September 20th, and then you find out, oh, I needed to get an official transcript, I didn't know that, like now I only have 10 days to get that and turn it in before I miss my deadline and I have to wait a whole nother school year. And so we just felt like this added the ability for us to make it clear that you need an official transcript by October 1st. However, if for some unforeseen reason that's not available, you can provide the unofficial one until the official one is available, in the case of like Baker's system going down, or, oh, I notified you on September 20th and they say they can't send it to you until October 2nd. Like, well, now I've missed the deadline technically.
And that would be ongoing. I think the problem is that we feel like we would receive the unofficial transcript and then never receive the official, and then be paying people according to an unofficial transcript.
Yeah, I do have concern of leaving it open-ended.
Yeah, like I said, I was under the impression that you
Yeah.
wanted to look at that, so I just wanted to
Yeah,
provide
no, I think
information that we thought potentially might be helpful.
Absolutely, I think it's good to look at. I just, the way it is written now, without adding anything, allows it to provide opportunity for employees without kind of opening up to everyone saying, well, here's an unofficial, and then they never get the official because, oh, well, it said in here up until, but there's no date on it. So I'm a little concerned on that, so I'd like to maybe come back with some, I'd like to work with it a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Any other questions? Do you have a proposal that you would like to share? And then we can review these while we caucus.
So we resoundingly heard from members of the bargaining unit this year that the representation piece that we weren't able to come to agreement on last year was one of their highest priorities in non-compensation. So we wanted to come back and have a discussion again about Article 20 representation and see what we could potentially do. So if you were here last year, this language should look pretty familiar to you. We're open to a counter and we're open to conversation, but we just feel like this language really just encompasses what we feel like we heard from the bargaining unit across the board.
So since this was passed at the table last year, have there been ongoing pervasive situations where this has been an issue? I know that this is something that had come up. This was something that was discussed in one of our monthly leadership KNEA team meetings. And that when we discussed it at that time, this was kind of an isolated situation. So could you elaborate on the concern? Because this isn't something that was repeatedly coming up in our monthly meetings.
I think again, the concern, I don't go to those meetings and I'm not privy to what's discussed there. I can only go off of the information that I get from the bargaining unit when we survey the bargaining unit, and when we surveyed the bargaining unit, this was the number one topic that kept coming up, that they felt like trying to think of a nice way to say it. I think they really just felt like they weren't being treated like a professional. And like the grown-ups, that was a term that was used often. They felt like the idea was dismissed a little too quickly last year. And it just kept coming up that they felt like they have repeatedly asked to bring someone with them and have been denied access to do that on several occasions. I can't really be super specific because I don't gather people's names on those surveys and things. They can only answer one time, I do know that, but I don't receive the names. We keep that information separate on purpose.
Do you have the percentage of people that were surveyed that rated that as one of their highest?
Not in front of me right now, no.
Okay, is that something you'd be able to provide for us?
By tomorrow I could.
Other questions from the team?
Probably get them. Send this to me.
Okay. Would you like to walk us?
I mean, we don't have anything to look at, so, but if you need time, just let us know how much time you need. You have something we could look at.
Not at this time, since we've already passed two of our proposals. Okay, let's do 30 minutes.
You wanna just do 10:45, make it easy? 10:13, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
We're a little early. You guys,
We're ready whenever.
okay. All right, we are good with your counter proposal on Article 9
Okay,
and feel like that's something that we can TA.
okay,
If that's okay with you.
yep,
Do you have a clean copy, Brenda?
yeah.
I wrote on mine.
I just wrote it down.
Here, Billy has a clean one.
You need to have to.
Yeah. Oh, this one's.
They'll have theirs. We're gonna run another motion. Highlight. The panel. And 55.
Up next, we have a counter proposal for Article 31. Yeah, I'm doing so. Okay.
It's responsible.
So we had some conversation about that additional sentence that was added. If an official transcript is not available prior to October 1, the professional employee may submit an unofficial transcript as notification and provide the official transcript when available. We did not want to add that, as we believe that we would not get official transcripts ever. And so we are counteroffering with by providing an official transcript on or before October. Knowing that HR will work with people if there are extenuating circumstances, just like we have in the past. with the Baker issue, we were willing to extend those for those as soon as we know that there's an issue underlying with the college or with the way that their transcripts could be provided from that institution.
Can I ask 2 questions?
Sure.
What makes you believe that you'll never get them? Like, has it occurred before where
Oh,
like
yes.
somebody's reporting, like, what is the rate? Do you track that? Like, how often do fraudulent transcripts or no transcripts get received when like that's?
So we have, one example I can give at hiring time, when you are asked to provide your transcripts, your licensure. I would say we probably have to go back and ask all the way until December for official transcripts from people that we still never get and have to hound for months and months and months and months. That we will say official and they will send an unofficial, and we have to keep reminding. So I would say we have at least 10% of people that do not provide the official transcripts when we ask for them. And if we open it up to this, I imagine it would increase. And so that's why we would like to not add that.
I get that's true. That's what makes you believe that you never get that.
So in that 10% example, you were kind of spitballing, that's new hires. You think that would also apply to people like looking to further that degree in this process as well?
I do.
Is that something that happens right now?
Yes.
At the same 10% rate,
I'm sorry.
at the same 10% rate.
I could spitball, maybe say close to it, but during that time, we will have a lot of people who will say, well, I gave you my transcripts, and we say, these are unofficial, we need official transcripts. Well, and then what we've found too is sometimes staff members will owe money to the universities, and so they won't release their official transcripts. And so that's another instance where we go, oh, we still need your official transcripts, and then we never get them because it keeps getting pushed back and pushed back because they owe the institution.
And just from an administrative burden standpoint on that one, I mean, that means for each one that we receive that is an unofficial, someone has to track that on a list,
Yes.
follow up, and it's additional cost and time of staff in the HR office that can be better spent supporting the teachers.
One example that has come up is, for example, right now on the letter stream. That letter stream sometimes doesn't end until maybe October, November. And so those staff members that are using those letters hours to move across the pay scale with this date would then have to wait until the next year to be able to get credit for those hours.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there are master's programs where it's running on a 6-week or 8-week rotation, and so it's not following a traditional schedule. There could be people that would be caught between the October 1st and November 1st. That could happen. Do I think that's gonna happen on the large scale? No.
We have December graduates who come back and say, well, I graduated in December, and they do wait until the next.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We of course had a lot of discussion around the Article 20 proposal. We here, and respect that you're sharing that this is a concern and that it is feedback that you're getting on the survey that you're sending out to your staff. We've got a couple different perspectives or thoughts that we'd like to share as a team.
So on the third party EPIC survey that we give every 2 years, our data has shown that We actually have really strong, our staff, certified staff have strong relationships with their principals. And requiring representation at every meeting that you have, an administrator does not support a collaborative climate or culture.
There's no requirement. It does not say required. It becomes an option if somebody would feel more comfortable. So that's an important clarification.
Absolutely. It still, I don't think, supports a collaborative culture in the building.
Do you know what percent of the bargaining unit completes that survey by chance?
I can find that out.
That'd be great.
In addition to support that, we've been doing exit interviews with a third party as well, that does not collect, personal information, but we get the same kind of data that talks about relationships with principals. It's a question that we ask, you know, did you have a good relationship with your principal? How did you feel about the principal? And that data also, shows that there's a very little percentage that have issues with the principals. I can get that data for you as well if you would like.
That'd be great.
How many elementary buildings are gonna have a new principal this year? AP or head?
We will have 3 new head principals at the elementary level. All of which are transitioning from an AP role.
And then do you know about how many elementary buildings will have at least one new AP?
I'd have to run through my list. I don't know it off the top of my head. Ross. Scott will. Williams. Dave Street. Randolph. That's it.
Plus the 3 schools that have a new head, so there's. There as well.
So 3 of those are in district or returning to district, and 2 are outside of district hires.
But those are still new positions and new relationships that have to be built. Those past relationships are gone. I mean, those are a lot of buildings that have a lot of new positions. Those are hard numbers for me to ignore, especially being in a building that's in that position of having technically 2 new APs. One who's an intern and one who is, a certified administrator. That's a lot of change. And those past relationships don't mean anything now. Those are gone out the window. And to not allow people to have somebody to go with them to simply calm their presence. I mean, I think we forget sometimes the human nature of this, that there's still a lot of, why am I getting called to my principal's office? What is this meeting about? It may be something completely innocuous that is not anything close to disciplinary or that will lead to that, but there's anxiety about that and not allowing people to have somebody with them and have that protection. It feels like something's, it doesn't give teachers a good feeling. It feels like we can't be trusted, like something's trying to be hidden. And that's a lot of change in buildings. A lot.
Billy, on the survey that you were talking about, the Epic third party, when do you guys collect that survey?
That's collected every 2 years through Emporia State. In the fall, I believe in October, we reserve a little bit of time at the end of the PD day for all certified staff to complete that.
Right,
So it was given, the last time it was given was this last October.
so 2026, so you won't get.
20.
I'm sorry, 2025, sorry. So you won't get. Okay, okay, thank you.
I think the other thing to keep in mind is that the article already outlines, if it is disciplinary in nature, that they do get representation. So it's not that people are going into the most challenging and difficult meetings without being allowed representation.
But with all due respect, it's not really like within your scope to determine how we feel about being contacted about those meetings. So when Holly's talking about the anxiety, like it unfortunately, even though we're adults working in a school setting, we still get that feeling of like, oh, we're going to the principal's office, you know? And so like, I don't really think it's within the scope of the board or the individuals at this table or our principals to determine how we are going to feel when they approach us with this whatever information stimuli or just a feeling of having them out there for what we don't know. So I think that's what I just said.
I hear what you're saying.
When you have a hierarchy, the people who are not at the top don't have the same security feel. So that's part of it. The teachers are going into a place where their principal is above them. And sometimes, without knowing, there's been a person from the district that's there as well. Then they walk in and it may not have been disciplinary in action, but it was caught off guard, and now all they can do is defend themselves, but they may not actually have to defend. They just need to listen, and to have that other person there to help them listen and gather just the facts that are being said is so much easier when there's more than one person in the room on your side. That's where, I mean, it's been 30 years since I've been a brand new teacher. But I still get nervous when my principal calls and I'm located in the basement and I have to come all the way up to her office, and all I'm doing is thinking, what have I done wrong? She's just calling me in to have a conversation about something, but hasn't told me the something and just I'm trying to figure out what I could have done. And if I could have had somebody with me that just made me feel like a little bit more protected just to hear. It's a safety, it's a make you feel better about yourself and what you actually do every single day. And that you're not being called onto the carpet for something that may not have been, it just. And that's a 30-year veteran saying that, because it happened this past year that I was misunderstanding. I was able to control myself, but I was put on the defensive for nothing that I had done wrong, but needed to defend myself to explain it. So that's. No, go ahead, Brad.
Could I ask the question, is there an issue with the wording or the language of the article currently, or is the issue enforcement of the article? Because if we are giving advance notice, if it's a disciplinary action, we're scheduling the meeting, we're allowing representation, as the article already states, in those situations where it would be possibly a more difficult conversation. I feel like those things are already addressed. So this is really just, it took me reading the new paragraph at the top of this would be adding representation to quick conversations about, I mean, any small item of the day. I don't think we are thinking of it as that type of conversation is gonna go sideways or off the rails, So can you help me with situations, for example, where that
Would be
happens?
included.
I'm sorry?
growth plans, for example, or if I was part of an investigation with a student, with a situation with a student, for example, that's not considered disciplinary, so I would not be, current language would not allow me to have a representative out there
For an investigation.
or a growth plan.
And I think really, like you might take an extra person with you to the doctor's office so that you clearly hear what's being said. And later ask, is that really what was being said? Did I clearly understand the conversation? I think in this sense, there are many times it's not that there's issue with the principal. It's not like the staff member doesn't trust the principal. It's that sometimes when you're in a heightened state, you don't exactly interpret things the way maybe they are, and having an extra person there that is completely unbiased could help maybe calm the situation. Because they're hearing it. When you're upset about something, you might not take all of that in or might interpret it differently than what it's meant.
I mean, I think it's also important to know that we're not disagreeing, that overwhelmingly, I think staff report a positive relationship with their administrator. I don't think we're arguing or asking for an expansion of representation because people are feeling like their building administrator is out to get them or something like that. Like, I think this conversation has taken representation to a place of like, we believe that we need representation because something nefarious is happening. And that's not what we're asking. We're just asking to be treated like a professional so that like if I'm called to a meeting and I don't know what that meeting is about, right? Like that if I'm called to a meeting on a Tuesday after school and I'm nervous because I maybe think that I did something that maybe that's what my admin wants to talk to me about and I just don't really know or whatever, I could bring someone with me. So like she said, like then I can go back and say, is this really what they said? Like, am I in trouble? Did I not understand what's going on? Like, you just, I mean, so I think we've taken this to a place of like, oh, we're mad or upset with our administrators, and I don't think that that's at all what people are trying to say. I think it's just about the idea that for some people, it's like a mental health thing, right? Like it's calming to them to want to have another person there to take notes or clarify later or help them understand something, or even just say, take a breath, man. Like, it's so, I mean, I've been in those meetings where I've had to be like, just take a deep breath, like, because they were totally misunderstanding everything that was being said to them, but the administrator is the one that they're mad at. So like, I'm not listening to you clearly, like, that's why I don't, but like the other person in the room can say, take a breath, like, that's not what's going on here, like. And sometimes it's just nice to have the option to do that when you're just feeling not great. Like we all get into the middle of November, December, and things are not great, like morale and spirit aren't great in school. So, I mean, sometimes it's just nice to be able to take somebody with you, a buddy that you can later just say, is this what happened? And what I heard was this, and is this really what they're asking of me? So that on down the road, then the admin's not having to turn something disciplinary because I was able to verify that what I walked away understanding is what was said and being asked of me.
Which then hopefully will also reduce like grievable issues in the future because we have people there to kind of like clear the waters before you think that there is something that's grievable and then it becomes something more than what it was initially.
Or improvement plans.
I think that to speak to that spirit of collaboration that was mentioned earlier, this representation is a collaborative process where we can help our fellow staff members to hear what's being said to them in these meetings, where we can bring that extra perspective. We can bring maybe a more veteran's eye. Is a relatively new teacher myself, having some veterans to go in with me and hear that this isn't necessarily about me, it's about a process that needs to happen, or that there is something that I need to grow in, but it's not disciplinary, can be, or make it much more sense, make it a more productive conversation where we can have that collaboration. Whereas if it felt more targeted, where I felt like I had to defend myself for something, I might not be in that same collaborative space. At least in my view, this is an opportunity to increase the collaboration that we have with admin. As we look to grow as educators.
So are there options that don't necessarily include a change to Article 20 that could happen? I mean, you guys are, the things you're talking about, don't really sound to me like representation. they sound more like, I've heard the word buddy. Multiple terms, but not necessarily representation. So this particular article is about representation. But that's not the concern I'm hearing.
Because you're not hearing the word, but I think that we all like semantics, synonyms, like when we say representation as guided here, we mean representation. So we can go back through our comments and edit to representation, but I think we all mean, and I think we all logically know that that's what it means. And in the article, be right representation, like that's what it is. So a buddy can represent, a friend can represent, but it is all representation. So I think sticking to that point.
Can you define for me what you would define representation as in Article 20?
I believe that that's an issue that is under discussion, at least has been under discussion this past year. And I think there is a difference in opinion as far as what representation means, even when it is a disciplinary matter.
So what is the board's definition of representation? What is the board's opinion on that?
The legal opinion, I can't speak for the board.
But you're speaking for the board right
The
now.
legal, I'm speaking, the legal opinion is that they have a right to be present. They have a right to discuss, or ask questions, but the meeting is between the principal and the employee. It's not a formal, what we think of in the law, that objections can be made, interruptions. It has to be it's sort of like a order of service. This is how representation occurs. The purpose of the meeting is to bring the employee in and address, usually if it's a disciplinary matter, performance. And usually even before that occurs, there's been a first, second, and third reminder, this is what's required. So the purpose of the meeting is to go over any letter of improvement and then allow the principal basically starts it, the employee may respond, the representative may ask questions, but it is to be an orderly meeting to discuss the concern with the idea that every teacher is valuable. If there's a performance issue, the principal, usually as former teachers, want to help address it early, get it resolved so it doesn't move on further. But the goal is to help and support the teacher to know what the issue is.
I think that, and I think that's what, like, especially Eric was trying to highlight, the idea that that's what we would agree with you, that like, we want to resolve problems and we want to help. Like, we're not trying to have, like I said, we're not doing this because we feel like they're out to get us. Like, that's not what this is about. Like, but there have been several instances, personally, several instances where I've been allowed into a meeting that technically didn't meet the definition of representation. And we've been able to leave that meeting without needing an improvement plan in a month, because that person could then have me as a resource to not only explain what was happening in the meeting, but then later, if they need someone to check on the things that they've been asked to do, I'm that check for them. They don't have to go back to their building administrator. They don't have to not do the thing. And then their admin go, well, now I have to write them up because we've had 3 meetings and you haven't done the thing I've asked you to do, because I'm there to help do some of that with them. Like, so I think like that for us is like what we're trying to do here is create even more of that collaborative relationship earlier on so that we can avoid those problems ever becoming a written improvement plan or a written reprimand or even a growth plan, like, which would be less formal, right? Like, we're trying to avoid those issues by trying to be helpful in the process earlier on so that we can resolve those issues.
For my clarity, when you say representation be allowed into those meetings, is that specific to the KNEA building rep for those people?
A representative can be any professional employee, right?
Any professional employee? Okay, I wanted to clarify that you didn't want it to be that, you know, those meetings would be this is the building rep, or this is
Not every-
Holly, you know.
Not every bargaining unit is.
Mr. Livingston to come into all those meetings. And
I would argue that overwhelmingly, most often they probably are. Just,
right,
I mean, I think everyone at your tables have been in those meetings, like overwhelmingly, it usually is a building rep or an officer or Ms. Bova or someone
right.
from the union, but that's not the requirement in the article.
So you had mentioned that you had some collaborative meetings with principals. Do we have a large number of principals who aren't open to having somebody else come in?
We feel like most recently, within the last year or two, that the level of what is allowed for a representative has changed significantly. So whereas I'm just finished year 14, for the first 12 years, I went to other buildings all the time and did meetings with people who didn't have a building rep, or they didn't think their building rep would be good in that, whatever. In my own meeting, in my own building, I went to lots of meetings that were never, they wouldn't fall into the definition of disciplinary in this article. And I was invited and welcome and happy to come and clarify and help that employee understand what's being said. In the last year or two, that hasn't been the experience of the majority of our reps, now, myself included.
I'm gonna go back to though, you just said that hasn't been the experience of the majority of our reps, but then.
Until the last year or two.
And this year, when we have discussed and asked if I specifically asked in one of our first Tuesday of the month meetings, has this been a pervasive, widespread, ongoing issue? And the response was no. And some specific examples were provided and they were very limited. So again, it's one of those things where, is this a wide-standing problem that needs to be addressed?
You can't get flood insurance when your house is flooded after it's flooded. So why can't we have things that are preventative before it gets worse? That's all we're asking, is to have something in place that's before it gets worse, that something is there in place beforehand.
I mean, I guess my argument would be if it's not a problem from your perspective, what's the problem with including it then?
I think that it will affect the workflow of how the school functions, the timeliness of when things can occur. I think it, as Ms. Wallace just shared, that it will change that dynamic and relationship between the employee and the administrator. And I feel like we know in the vast majority of cases, there are already good relationships there. So that's why I'm just, typically when we want to change language in the agreement, it's because the current language isn't adequately addressing a problem or a concern. And so I feel like we're having a 2, 3, 4 situations and then wanting to change to a very broad language. I also wonder, like, when you gave some specific examples, maybe why your proposal didn't list some specific times when you might want to include representation versus making it every single meeting.
I mean, I'm happy that language was also denied last year, so I'm happy to print that one again and we can reconsider that one if you'd like. I mean, I have it still, I mean, because last year we did do that and that was also denied for the same reasons that are being listed right now. So I'm happy to go print that one instead.
I just was asking.
I mean, I'm really offering, I mean, I can send it to the printer right now and Dan can go get it. I mean, if you guys would rather consider something a little bit more specific, I'm happy to reintroduce that.
I would like help understanding why you feel like it's going to disrupt the workflow. What do you have to back that? Well, I mean, there's obviously a reason you feel like this is gonna create undue stress to the workflow and delay things. Why?
I think there are times where a principal needs to make a decision and they need to find out some information quickly. And if someone is called in and like they need to ask a question quickly, that person says, I'm sorry, I need to have somebody come with me.
But this specifically says schedule. So that would have meant, my principal has said 3 o'clock.
Sure. So,
So I find someone who I can take with me at 3 o'clock.
but if you can't find somebody at 3 o'clock, so you, let's say at
Then I'm
9
gonna
o'clock,
record
they
it on my
say.
phone and have somebody else listen to it, probably.
Also,
Which is-
this doesn't provide a mechanism for stopping a meeting that's already been scheduled for 3 o'clock. If I can't find somebody to go with me at 3 o'clock,
It doesn't mean I can be like postpone.
that's not part of this article.
Well, the vagueness of that would imply that you could say, I have to have representation at this and stop it. That's how I view it, that when the vagueness of that, it says. I can have representation at my meetings. If you schedule it at 9 o'clock because we had an issue happen in the school. And I scheduled it for 3 o'clock and you say, I can't find anyone for representation. It says right here, I'm permitted to have representation, then that delays it.
So I think that's where having a really clear understanding of what the end result we're trying to get to is helpful for us, because we're learning more as we hear the added context that you're all providing. But this question you had touches on what I was getting ready to ask, which is really more of a nuts and bolts of how does this work in practice question. So the way that I read this also implies that the number of requests for representatives available at any small meeting potentially go tenfold of what they currently are right away, because there's just that many more qualifying opportunities all of a sudden. So when you think about how many times per day that potential conversation happens per school, per year, district-wide, how do we make other people from the professional bargaining unit available to be those sit-in representatives realistically without disrupting the students, the school day, the order of the building? Is there cost or potential extra duty pay involved for them to be stepping away from their work to do this? I mean, I think it's just, there's more to it than face value. I just want somebody there to be my backup.
And if it's a
I
need
think
for,
that-
and if there's really a need for backup, then it falls under the article in which you get to bring representation already.
But that's for disciplinary reasons, and it's not within our scope to decide if they've determined that it's not disciplinary, okay, but we might feel that it is by being asked to attend with little notice and no reasoning of why. And so the dynamic of the conversation is already in that scope of like feeling disciplinary, even if it's not. It also allows the principals and administrators the platitude, which I can understand you want them to have, to decide what is disciplinary and what is not. They might not feel that it is disciplinary. We might feel that it is. And now I understand that there are specific guidelines to what is disciplinary, like within the terms of the negotiated agreement. But again, I think we're basing a lot on not knowing and assuming the feelings of the people involved. And if you're talking about like the outcome on the end, I think the outcome is support. I think the outcome is morale. I think the outcome is the collaborative environment that we're all asking, for the same reason that Brenda was like, well, if it's not problematic to have it in there, then why can't we just put it? If it's problematic to not have to write it down, then why can't we just keep do it?
Well, I absolutely understand the emotion. I hear it and what you're asking for. And that's specifically why my question is framed with the emotion taken out of it, what the nuts and bolts, how would this really work without being disruptive? And I can't have, for example, Ms. Blackman out of her building going and being the representative district-wide every single day. I mean, we have to have enough people to be able to make this work, because there would be more than we think of this scenario happening with the way that the red language is at the top of this.
I think that the other important thing to remember is like, we are venturing into a land that doesn't exist. So you're telling me that suddenly we're gonna have a super increase in the amount of meetings that people want a representative in. And I don't actually know that that's a true factual statement. Like, I don't know. It might be 2 more meetings per building. Like, that's not that many. It might be 0 more meetings in the district that people want. I can't predict the future. So like, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, that like, okay, we're happy to go and provide some more outline for you, but like, I mean, I'm just gonna say it. Like, I think this is the thing that we are not saying that we probably just need to say, is that you are absolutely correct that 99% of our staff probably would tell you that they have a pretty good relationship with their building, at least one of their building administrators, myself included. Like, But overwhelmingly, this issue being turned down makes staff overwhelmingly upset at administrators above their building level. Like, it really just makes people feel like, no offense, that you are not emotionally invested in the morale of your employees. Because to them, and to us, I'll be honest, this seems like a very simple solution to a problem that we hear about all the time. And it seems like a way to boost morale and give people something that they're requesting that doesn't cost us a dime. And it doesn't really impact, I mean, I think about my building, how many certified staff members do you have? Double what I have?
Yes.
So I mean, like, technically, it could, I would be shocked if a building said, I need a meeting at 3 o'clock and you couldn't find a professional employee that wasn't available. That's so, I mean, in my building, that's over 35 people that.
And I said 3 o'clock because of middle school hours.
Right.
Or whatever the
But I mean,
elementary
whatever.
hours or.
So, I mean, I would also be hard pressed to find a staff member who doesn't have a plan time that coincides with another staff member's plan time in a building at secondary. So, I mean, I think that part of this is that our staff are asking for ways to boost their morale in a way, and this to us is something that's a pretty simple way to do that.
I think it's also an opportunity for engagement, to have people who want to be able to represent their fellow staff members and work together with admin, people who want to be building leaders, to be able to step into more of those roles and take that opportunity. If there are more of these meetings that happen, say that it does increase by some percentage, how many more people can you have in that room that might not have been in there before, that can start to see how those collaborative relationships can be built and maintained, become part of that process, and to create a stronger culture of collaboration, working together to solve issues as simply at a lower level as possible.
Do you feel there's time in the professional workday for folks to be asked to perform this duty, or are we gonna get, once this will be implemented, potentially complaints that they're being asked to do this too often, or?
I think with it being so broad as to apply to any professional employee, if one person's not available, or if one person's been doing it too often, the ability to pass it off to someone else who maybe hasn't had the opportunity before, or who is not as burnt out on the idea, I think it's fairly open-ended for that. I don't foresee that becoming a problem. Even within the bounds of just having building representatives, the larger buildings have multiple representatives to try to avoid some of that issue of having one person overseeing so much. So even just within the narrow bounds of building reps, there's kind of a built-in backstop for that.
Sarah, how are we time-wise? Do we want to caucus on this again, or we're coming up on probably a lunch period at this point?
I would like for our team to have one more discussion about their proposal as it's currently written. The other thing that I would like to have happen is for Gary to go over the financial piece. I know that that's something that we typically kick off our July days with, but Gary will be enjoying retirement when we're at the table in July. And so I would like for us to be able to allow him to share that big picture view that normally we would have done the first day of July.
Yeah. Do you wanna do that before lunch, or do you wanna do it after lunch, or what do you wanna do?
That's up to you all. If you, Gary said he needs about 20-30 minutes, so we could do that, then break for lunch, or we can do it right when we come back.
I mean, I think we're ready to do it, if he's ready.
This is probably best before lunch. Project. All right. Ready for me? All right.
You're gonna pass this on.
You can pass stuff out. Yeah. And this, the intent of this really is, as it always is, to kind of give a broad overview. Maybe do some redefining of school finance, and just the things that I'm currently thinking about with school finance. Really is what this is about. We'll show you some data, that's district specific for sure. But again, just to give a broad overview, and do I have access to this thing through Interact?
You sure can, if you pick that little thing up sitting right here on the table next to the computer and plug it in and push the round button on top.
Brenda, that was way too many. Pieces of information for me.
Come on, Gary.
I know your students can handle that. What do I do with Gary?
Plug it in your computer.
They're talking to me. Gary, don't figure it. All right. Where do I plug this in at, Mr. Livingston? Any USB port. All right. So. Problem mine don't have to be with. There we go. Here we go. Did anything is right? No. All right. They get that. That right there. That right there. Yep. So I knew that, and it made Gary feel good to help me. I'm sure. All right. That's for the folks up there that don't have paper copies. That help? Base state aid weightings history. As in years past, kind of a mix of Kansas Department of Ed information that you could go out and access any time you want. As well as we'll talk about some district specific information. And my honest feelings of where we are in school finance here in the state of Kansas. So base state aid for student excellence, where the base comes from. And highlighted the significance here, Kansas School Equity and Enhancement Act. The interesting thing about the law, just like negotiated agreements, there's lots of statements in them, right? That clarify, qualify, and can bring to, and it can take away. There is language in there, interestingly enough, that does say, if appropriations in any school year for state foundation aid is not sufficient to pay school districts computed entitlements, then the State Board of Education will reduce the base to the amount necessary to match foundation aid entitlements of school districts with the amount of state foundation aid available. So we can determine that next year in 2027, general state aid per student is going to be $5,778. But if revenue doesn't support that, the magic is the State Board of Education will have to reduce that number to match the dollars that are available. Just because we go to the budget workshop this year, and the state, Dale and his team tell us, this year it looks like 5778 is the number. That's not set in stone. Certainly what we will build our budget around. But I lived through a point in time, and the interesting thing is, if you look at base state aid in 2008-9, you see that's $4,400. And then in 2009-10, it dropped to 4,012. And then it had a decline over the next 5 or 6 years. Well, we kind of know, or maybe you don't, right? In 2008, 9, 10, the Great Recession, we had the housing crisis. Things went south for a little while, and that impacts revenue for everybody, states included. So that state aid went backwards, and it took upwards of 8 years to catch up with that, because there was a period of 5 years where it continued to decline. And then in 15, 16, or 14, 15, we decided the block grant was the way to go. We'll fund schools with the block grant, and it stayed at 38.52 per student. And the idea there was, it's really easy to budget, right? If we just give you the same amount of money every year per kid, it's really easy for you to budget. Makes sense. But we all know that needs, right, increase annually for everybody. And we'll talk about that here. But after the block grant, we had a lawsuit. We all know how the lawsuit went in our favor. We've been in a period of growing state aid per student, right? And you can see the progression, typically 3 to 4% every year. We've kind of marched along since FY 2018 to current year, FY 26. $5,615 was the base state aid. They're thinking this year will be $5,778 in that base foundation aid. So those are the increases, and that certainly would be what you would get per student. But keep in mind, if your student count doesn't stay the same or increase, if it does this, if it goes down, right, it impacts the dollars you're going to get. If you have declining enrollment, we're still, right, no surprises, we're still in that situation. But we want you to know and understand the importance of this is state aid can go backwards if the state of Kansas doesn't collect enough money to give us what we're entitled to. They can just change that number in the middle of the year. They did that in January of 2020. So I've seen that happen. And many folks would look at this from the economics of it, and you know, you've got to ask yourself, we've had a 10-year, what's going on a 10-year run? Is it, are we just coming up on a cycle where may be more difficult economic times? I hope not, but it is a pattern that can happen. The things that are most important of all the state aid that we get that impact what we're doing here today, that impact all of us as employees in terms of the state aids, that general fund state aid, special ed state aid, and at-risk state aid. And I've highlighted those today because I really think this is where the fight lies, right? In an upcoming school finance conversation with our state legislators, and you guys all, right? You will see this. I think the idea of continually adding additional dollars to that foundation aid is something that there's a group of folks that just don't have an appetite for that. And the current school finance law runs through 2027, January 1st, 2027, this very coming next legislative session. They will be talking about what are we going to do with this school finance come July 1. Well, they could do a couple of things. They could reauthorize the law they have, which would probably be best for everybody. I think certainly for districts, I think as a budget tool, or they could blow the thing up and start over, which I think would be awful. And we could end up where we were in 2015, 16, and 17, right? And maybe the idea that the block grant was a great idea, it just wasn't implemented well, and those darn Supreme Court judges who weren't elected shouldn't have made those rulings. Anybody seen those signs about the way in town? You know, we need to elect judges, and no, we don't need to elect judges. So could have an impact, right? How this fall, particularly in the state of Kansas, for me, turns out in all of our elections, could impact school finance quite a bit. And it will anyway, but it could have more impact if power, rests even more so in the court of those who think we spend too much money on public education. All right. So why is special education and at risk important? It's a big part of what goes on here at Topeka Public Schools. So special education, right? Part of the federal IDEA, except here in Kansas, we kind of modified it with the special education for exceptional children. We added gifted students. We said we got to use interventions in regular education classroom for referring students to SPED. And we also provide services to children who reside in the district but attend private schools. That's part of what we are tasked to do. And special education, as we have talked in years past, is funded a little different because we back into our funding for special education. We don't get it per FTE. FTE is kind of not an imaginary, it's a real thing, but our funding really is driven by the number of SPED certified teachers, paras, and transportation, right? It really looks at the cost of providing those additional services. Again, I want to bring your attention to special education categorically, right? So that's the number we multiply times the number of teachers to get X amount of additional dollars to support our special education programs. And so there, if you look 2009-10, again, same kind of thing. It took a real dip that year, almost $4,000 from the year before. What happened? We had, again, the Great Recession really mirrors that base state aid, but it dropped $4,000. So if we go down, it has progressively risen. This year, I can tell you, we budgeted in that state budget document at $30,800 per FTE, and we are receiving $29,600 this year per FTE. So it can be significant in terms of what we receive in overall dollars to support our programs. In 2024, the Kansas State Board of Education approved local contribution special education state aid. And without getting too far into the weeds, that everybody is aware of the reimbursement rate by law. The statutory reimbursement for excess cost is 92%. Probably have heard that, right? We're supposed to get 92% of our excess costs for special education reimbursed in terms of state aid. And I can tell you, we're getting about 62%, not 92%. But they did make an effort in 2024 to get closer to that 92%. They put $73 million overall statewide into the system. That's meant, for the district and about an additional $3 to $3.5 million. But we're not at the 92%. And when you think of excess cost, I'm gonna pull you back into your worksheet a little bit. If you want to really get into excess cost, in the middle of your documents is a table. And there's a 23-24 school year and 24-25. And the short version of excess cost is the students that have been identified with a learning issue, they have an IEP, we get state aid, we get regular state aid, right? So, but they need additional services. You folks provide additional services. So what is that excess cost is we know we get regular state aid for them. But then there's these additional costs. The excess is simply that, right? It's the additional cost or the total cost less what we get in the regular state aid. In our case, for the 24-25 school year, the district's excess cost, when you take their regular state aid, which is column 7, 8.3 billion, you add in the federal dollars that we get, the IDEA money, 3.6, we get some Medicaid reimbursement. That ends up about 12.7 million. In 2025, we spent $46,203,000 in our special education program. Teachers, paras, transportation, all of those things, special services. So you subtract the regular aid resources from what we spent aggregately, that leaves about 33 million. We got 20 million in state aid. The year before, we got about 17. But remember that the 2024 law that pushed $73 million into the sped system, okay? We got about 3 million of that, so our state aid was $20.6 million. So state aid as a percentage of excess cost bumped us up to about 62%, but still leaving funding required to meet 92% of the excess cost of special education for Topeka Public Schools is a little over $10 million. Where does that come from? It comes from additional transfers out of the general fund and our LOB to support the special education services, right? Because we really count on those general fund dollars and those LOB dollars to support programmatically bilingual special education, career tech ed, right? We push money at them. But if we were to get state aid that would equal 92% of the extra dollars, we're $10 million short in 2025, and that is, I think, going to be a big challenge coming up in this new school finance formula. I think that's if there's anything that you walk away from this today is that the current school finance formula, game over in 2027. Our legislators can reauthorize the current finance formula, or they can blow it up and create something new. And I don't know what that something new is. For us, I think it would be pretty good if we would reauthorize what we have and try to fund the formula as it exists, even though we know it doesn't fully fund special education, even though we know they don't like all of the dollars they're putting in at risk, because the argument is we just don't see results with those additional dollars. We're going to talk about that a little bit too. The next thing is, let's just talk a little bit about at-risk weightings. Again, we get regular state aid for our kids that are at risk. And I know we go over this every year. What makes a kid at risk? Well, there's a lot of things that make a kid at risk. They're not reading at grade level, they're at risk of not advancing to the next grade level. There's a lot of reasons that you see those kids at risk, but additional funding for an at-risk kid is they gotta qualify, they gotta meet those free lunch requirements. That is the only way we get funding for those students. The at-risk weightings, post, settlement of the lawsuit, the block grant ending, the weighting is 0.484 multiplied by the number of students that qualify for free lunch. And we get that in additional dollars to support services for those at-risk students. We also get high density at risk because of our, again, it's just that our population is pretty high. And so we get an additional weighting for high density. We spoke a couple of years earlier that the actual, and I think it was a mistake, I think everybody agrees it was a mistake. In the existing school finance formula, high density was set to sunset 2 years ago. I was, honestly, I was terrified. And I think I shared that with you because it's over $4 million worth of funding to Beacon Public School. And we certainly count on that, right, to support our programs. If they would have absolutely let that sunset, I think it would have been it would have been very difficult for us. The last 2 years, they didn't. They said, "Hey, let's keep that in there through the balance of this school finance formula through 2027." So we're thankful for that. So let's take a look at how this impacts us and what it looks like in data. It certainly, I'm not going to give you a test score, but I am going to let you know what all those activities in your building end up costing us aggregately. The first sheet is that full-time equivalency FTE, just showing you what FTE is looking like virtual. And then you multiply that, of course, times your base state aid. Just looking at 24-25, just want you to understand if you do choose to go out and look at some of this. It shows that our total expenditures for the general and supplemental general code 6 and code 8 were $152,889.87. And if you're really tracking this stuff, you're going to think, well, that's a little more money than I saw on your legal max. And you're right, it's a little more money than what you published and what you were had legal authority to spend in your LOB, your local option budget. We, along with several other districts, are unique in two things. We provide instructional services at the Shawnee County detention center at the jail here, as well as our flow prep program. And we get paid again by the FTE, by the student. Those are a little different. Each one of those has 4 counts of, because those populations are changing. But we do spend over our legal max, and that's the reason, because we do have the Shawnee County Juvenile Detention Center and that flow program. And between those two, it was about $500,000 more than what our legal max was. But you can see, this becomes a topic of conversation with folks that think that we spend too much money in education and public education. General fund and LOB for 24-25, $12,525 per student. So what's right? And that's just the general fund and the LOB. But we know that the general fund and LOB, again, just to reemphasize, support dollars flow through to our at-risk programs, 4-year-old at-risk, K-12 at-risk, our bilingual programs, our special education programs, our virtual programs, our career exec ed programs. Those state aid dollars flow through, to the general fund and LB to support those programs. Capital outlay, just no one understand, I think the significance here. We spend about 788, or spent 1,019, I'm sorry, $1,019 per kid in 25. We spend roughly $5 million a year in our buildings in major maintenance, major meaning summer. We redo your parking lots, we do replace light fixtures, windows, the roofs, those summertime things. We try to do $5 million worth of that maintenance. We do about $1 million worth of just general maintenance. The toilet doesn't flood. Gang, restroom, whatever, that's what they call it. That's probably a terrible word. It's restroom, right? So we spent about $1 million on just, you got a leaking faucet. We did, and we're about at the end of it. We have hired outside consultants developing a master facility plan for the district. Unlike this beautiful building, that's fairly new and 100% renovated. As you know, many of the buildings you're in aren't as lovely and new and require maintenance. And we just needed a better idea of what our deferred maintenance is over the next 3, 5, and 10 years. And this analysis and the report we get will certainly reflect that. You know, I think I've shared in the past that we probably have $50 to $55 million worth of deferred maintenance in our buildings, and that's major maintenance, right? That's a roof, that's a window, flooring, and I suspect it's probably 4 or 5 times that amount. It is what our report will reflect, but that's okay. At least it's now we have a tool. We have a better understanding where it is. It's going to take to keep our facilities in good order. Bond and interest, we spent about $788 per student. You know, since the 2014 bond issue, we haven't issued any bonds. We have refinanced bonds, saving the district nearly $25 million in interest payments over the life of those bonds, shortening the payments by about 5 years. So there's good news. Our debt is in pretty good shape. You know that we get other local grants, federal money. 42 in 2025 is $4,200, $4,256 per student. In this accountability report, you see 23-24. We kind of went backwards in many of the per student costs. Remember, 23-24 numbers are a little inflated because we still had COVID money. We still had ESSER 3. There was still run out of ESSER 3, which was beneficial to us all. It ended up being all in around $72 million for the district in COVID relief. But 24-25 audited numbers would reflect we spent about $10,587 per student. I think, again, why is Mickey running me through that? Again, I think you're going to hear that, right? You're going to hear that legislatively, that private school Z, you know, does this for, you know, the student for a kid at private school Z is $8,000 a year. How can they do that? Well, we all know they certainly don't deliver as many or the types and kinds of services we do. And we know, and if you didn't, now you know, we also deliver special education services to those private schools. They don't do that themselves. So it creates cost. Okay, so let's just talk again in terms of emphasis. State aid and base state aid. We're counting belly buttons. We're multiplying at times the state aid per student. We get at-risk state aid, regular at-risk plus high density, we get special education state aid. You remember I told you those are the important ones, right? General fund LOB, and then special education and at-risk. You add those state aid dollars together, 55% of our dollars in that base foundation aid, 22% of those dollars in our K-12 at-risk and our high density, and 18% of those dollars are in our special. That's 95% of our state aid dollars, our resources, right, in those three areas. Also 95% of where we spend all of our money, right? And we also know that between 75 and 78% of our costs, what we spend dollars on, are payroll. It's you, me, right? 78% of what we do, salary benefits is people. 95% of what we do, base state aid, K-12 at-risk, special education state aid. A cut in any one of these two areas is going to impact, 40% of what we do. So we covered, it would take an additional, in 2025, it would have taken an additional $10,062,672 in sped state aid to meet the 92% excess cost funded. We spent the money, we spent the 46 million for sure. We spent the 46,203,000 in 2025, but that additional 10,062 had to come from, we had to find those dollars in our regular general fund state aid or our LOB state aid. Total expenditures of selected funds, again, this just so I think it's impactful. Again, the things that you want to walk away from this is what's Gary worried about for FY27. I'm worried that the current finance formula is done by statute in 2027. I'm worried that any rewrite of the finance formula won't be as fair for at-risk or as fair as it currently is for special education. And that, I mean, and we don't think special education is currently fair because they're not funding the 92%. Does that make sense? And my concern is we could really end up with something, why I said, why is Mickey saying reauthorizing the current one is probably not a bad option for us, is because we could get something that works. We really could. No, I guess, the glass half full, we could get something that's better. I would like to see that, but I'm not confident. I haven't been very much confident. How has it changed from 24-25 to this year? We haven't wrapped up. We haven't closed our books, but I can tell you, we spent 31,898,000 in that at-risk fund. This year, we're going to be right around 33.6 or 33.7 million in those at-risk dollars. We spent 46,203,000 in 25 in special education, which was 3.2 million more than the previous year, 24, of 42,991,000. We're going to end the year at about $48.9 million spent through the education program, which is again another 2.6 or $2.7 million increase. I think the graph would reinforce at-risk and special education state aid are pretty important to Topeka Public Schools. Extremely. So anything that would be written in terms of the new school finance that wouldn't be at least as good as what we currently have would have a negative impact on our ability to meet our costs. The rest of that, we're not gonna talk much anymore about, general obligation bond indebtedness, demographic, head count, unless that is of interest, anybody gets there for you. To see, we talked about, excess cost. Does excess cost kind of make sense? We got dollars for regular kids, we just count belly buttons. We add those dollars up. We also get federal IDEA money or Title 6B. We get some Medicare reimbursements, right? So you add those up, and then what we spent total, subtract what we got in those state aid dollars, and there's a balance. $33 million roughly. We got $20 million in state aid in 25 as opposed to 16.5, which is good. We're thankful for that because the state put in $73 million in that year. This year, the legislators, the ask again, and I know you folks were following that, particularly from our friends in Kansas City, was to fund sped at that highest level at 92%. I think there were some proposals, right? Let's put $10 million in the system. And we decided, well, how about we just put zero more in the system? And I showed you how that categorical aid number can go down from what we budgeted, and it certainly did this year. We, look at the budget document, we budgeted for every special education teacher. I think there's a couple here, right? We budgeted for a reimbursement of 30,000, 800, 30,500. And we know what it's going to be end of May and June of the following year, mind you. We're getting 28,000 or 29,800 per staff. Enrollment, that's always a screenshot we talk about. And this is, you know what, I just add a column. I'd love for it to skyrocket the other direction. There's a trend line. Again, I bring this to the team every year. Coming out of that block grant, 13,252 kids. Our September 2025 count 11,328, which is what's going to be, a foundational number. You saw 11,532 in 2023, 11,603 in 24. Would bear out that maybe we had more kids, and I think we just had virtual kids that flipped to back to the classroom because our virtual number shrank. So I think we actually traded FTE there, but for sure this year another slide about 275, I guess, students to that 11,328. Our demographics team, in terms of what we're budgeting for, I believe is a recommendation or a projection of about 100 FTE down from the September 2025 count of 11,328. So the projection is down. It's not really, which I guess 100 kids on 11,328 is pretty flat, but still not more kids. We get funding based on the number of kids provide services for. Follow behind that, if we look at our base salary history, this isn't anything that you guys don't know and don't look at. I bet religiously the week before negotiations, but if you look at our salary, our base salary, and that trend line is going the other way, right? Versus how we get paid, that trend line is going down. Those dollars that we're using to support those children continue on this upward trend, and we know that, right? That's part of the deal. I think what I hope demonstratively is that we do try to do the right thing. Even though we're going backwards in terms of the number we used to multiply times that base state aid amount to get our total dollars to where we still try to fight really hard, to put those dollars back in our employees' hands. I do think it demonstrates a commitment to do that. It's why we're all here today, right? And why we'll be here for the next couple of days. Let's talk about the general fund and the LOB, because it's so important. And there's a little graph there. Mill levy, right? A buck on $1,000, and everybody across the state of Kansas levies 20 mils. Every school district levies 20 mils, and then your LOB is kind of up to you, right? You can levy up to 33% of your total general fund amount. Okay. And this is a pretty long history. And you can see coming out of the block grant, we were able to lower that mill levy. So we were getting more state dollars. We had less pressure on collecting dollars from our local folks, which was positive with that additional state aid. And you can just see progressively the things that we've done with the LOB, progressively trying to keep that mill levy at a rate that is useful to us and is able to fund the things we need to fund, but at the same time trying to be fair to the taxpayers of the district, because we also answer them, right? Because nobody likes to pay taxes, but that's how schools are financed, and that is the reality of the system. So there's a balancing act, and I'll show you where we've kind of raised the amount of dollars that LOB provides us to fund our programs over the last 3 years. Still trying to keep some downward or stable pressure on that LOB. In the 2021-2022, we've talked about this. We had that amazing law, revenue neutral, was passed, and it gives us the opportunity to defend our budget with 2 hearings every year instead of 1. We have to have that revenue neutral hearing because you can't collect more than $1 in revenue, right? Without the publication and those things. So what's all that mean? Let's just take a look. It's right there in black and white, where we've kind of been in 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 26. And this is a really busy worksheet. And let's start on the right side of this thing with this block over here, working 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 26 will work right to left. And it really is how our dollars are built and distributed. You can see those computed general funds, right? When you take your foundation aid, you add your weightings, you throw in your SPED, and you're going to get your state foundation aid. You're going to get virtual as a separate state aid, special education, separate state aid. FY24 into FY25, again, we've talked special education state aid, 20.7 million almost from that 16.8. What was that? That was that local effort. That the additional 73 million, that was our portion. We got it again this year in 25, 26. So you can see combined, and as I was saying just a minute ago, that we've tried to keep that mill levy pretty stable in that LOB, but we've raised the amount of dollars that our spending authority over the last few years. We went from 33.9 in 24, 34.9 in 25, 26 this past year, 35.9. About $1 million a year. And if you look on the left side of the worksheet, if we look at 26, 27, based on our foundation aid that we talked about, what the state of Kansas is talking about, we're looking at about $124 million reasonably. And legal max, which is not the 3%, almost 3% increase in state foundation aid. It's about a 1.8% increase for the district. And why is that? Well, it's because we have fewer kids, right? We're not going to get the full impact. If foundation aid per kid goes up 3%, if we had the exact same number of kids, we'd reasonably get, right, 3% per dollar overall, but we don't. And then you'll see that the LOB there is blank again. I think we'll entertain additional dollars in that LOB to help support what we're doing here programmatic. But that's to be determined. Revenue neutral. We were hoping they kicked that thing back and forth this spring, whether to do away with it completely or make it worse. So the make it worse part was if you collect $1 more in taxes, 10% of your constituents could go down, file a petition, and they could stop anything we did in that in terms of raising the limit. So even though maybe, I don't know, 90% of the people would be okay, for the district to raise more money for schools, 10% of the constituents could put an absolute stop on that. That didn't pass, really didn't do anything with the revenue neutral. Other than it's still an additional hearing that we have tonight, we'll adopt our regular budget. So good news is state aid for pupils going up again this year. And let's be somewhat positive. I hope that our legislative folks, I know there is a special task force that's met several times already this year on school finance. I think there has been zero progress in terms of new ideas. So that, I mean, my apologies for my lack of enthusiasm or thinking that they will reauthorize this formula. I really do hope that's what happens, because I think that'd be the best case scenario for us in those regards. And if you really want to dig into how many at 4-year-old at-risk kids we have, or low, high density, it's all there. This information also is found if as you guys are looking through the budget document, the code one or the Form 150. It's the exact same information. The Form 150. It's going to look just like that. Okay. Good stuff. Got me to keep going. Get me shut out. All right. Any questions?
Can you just clarify on the LOB? First,
Say again, Brenda.
if I heard you correctly.
Yeah.
Your LOB, you said can be up to 33%?
Up to 33%.
And so this says that we levy not 15, quite 15, right? Is that how I read this? The red line is the LOB that of the 33% that we are currently levying.
No. That's a mill. So the mill levy and the percentage are two different things.
Okay, so what would our current LOB percentage?
About 30.
Okay.
Yeah. We're this year 29.99%, about 30%. So there's room. But I'm glad you asked that question. Because let's go back to that mill levy slide in the general fund, the 20 mills, right, that stays the same. Let me try to wrap your heads around this. So that 20 mills stays the same, and you know, we collect. Here's a question. So as the value of the home you're living in, as it went up over the last 3 or 4 years, crazy. I heard somebody like too much, right? Do you agree with your evaluation here? No, you don't. So we can keep the mill levy flat. Can we raise more tax dollars for the school district even with a flat mill levy? Absolutely. If assessed valuations go up, and assessed valuations have went up. I mean, I own a home here in the district. They went up to an amount that I think we're getting close to 2008-9 bubble-ish type values. I hope I'm wrong. I mean, it's not an economist, but so yeah, you could maintain that mill levy and collect more dollars, and we've done it. We've absolutely done that. We've not had to have too big of a fight with the tax protesters up to this point. But again, I think folks are going to get whipped into a lather this fall. I really do think folks will get whipped into a lather over their property taxes. But let's talk about that 20 mills that the state levies, right? Every school district levies it, and if the mill levy is the same and evaluations go up, we collect more on that 20 mills. Does the state collect more money? Reasonably, they would, right? Except they've raised the exemption. So it used to be the first $20,000 of your property was exempt, school district 20 mills, and then we went to 40. And now it's $75,000 is exempt. So that 20 mills isn't raising as much money. And again, it's not putting as much money back into the coffers. From the beginning of this conversation, what happens if we don't, even though we set foundation aid here, what happens if we collect less money? What is the state board required to do? They're required to adjust our budget to meet the dollars they collect. Make sense? So keep in mind, even though that mill levy has stayed flat at 20, it's not collecting bill the same amount of dollars in 24, 25 or 25, 26 as it did 6 years ago because the exemption's higher. This is mill levy. It's $1 on 1,000 evaluation. The LOB, what we can by statute set our budget authority is the maximum in the state of Kansas is 33%. You can set your budget authority at 33% of your general fund. That makes sense? Okay. So 3 things I'm worried about. School finance formula ending in 2027. The at-risk and SPED punches above the weight in terms of funding for the district. And it just happens to be those are the 2 things that a lot of people that think they spend too much money on public schools really would like to look at reducing the amount of dollars to support these. Those are the things I'm worried about. So that's the revenue side of things. I want to talk about the cost of things, and I know we're going to get into this stuff later. But again, my team put me at the front end of this because I will be making an exit here on June 30. Health insurance. So are we okay to move on to health insurance for now? And I really, it won't be too in depth other than, so we all know where we're at, right? Here's 25, 26. Here's some total rates. Here's what the district's paying. Here's what the employee portion. We know, in that single D, the district pays 100% of that. Here's the interesting thing, here are the enrollment numbers. About 87 folks in Plan A, 359 in B, and I'll share this with you and, Brendan, you and Gary, so you guys will have it, but I mean, you guys know, on a typical month, and this was an actual month, this was April of 26. We sent Blue Cross Blue Shield a check for $1.5 million, 1,553,100 to be exact. The district's portion of that check was 1,224,775. Our portion, staff's portion was 328,000. So the ratio there is about 79% of those dollars are still funded by the district and 21% by the employee. How's that going to look different in $627? Now, don't lose your minds here too much. It's just demonstrating what those dollars, what an 11.8, turns out 11.8% increase, because we had caps, right? We had a 3-year period prior to this cap agreement. But the current cap agreement we're under this year, we took an 8.5% increase. Beginning October 1, our plans will get adjusted 11.8%. These are the total costs. And again, don't come out of your chairs just yet, but it's a number, right? We got to understand what that number looks like. This particular example just shows 100% of those 11.8% adjustments being absorbed by the employee, with the exception of Plan D, which the district contractually with Blue Cross Blue Shield assumes responsibility, and we will continue funding single D through this current 3-year contract period. What I really want you to pay attention to is if the rates were the 11.8 versus what they were the year before, that $1.5 million a month changes to about 1.74 million. So next year, October 1, 26 through September 30, 27, we, whether it's the district or we as individuals, are going to put $2.2 million more into our healthcare. So that's going to happen. And I'm thankful for it. I am absolutely thankful for it. Based on our claims experience, if our increase would be based on our actual experience for this last year, we were about 131% above. So what's that mean? It means for every dollar we sent Blue Cross Blue Shield, they spent $1.31 on medical services or prescription drugs.
And we don't know what they got in rebates though after that, right?
We don't.
Right.
We don't. And we got an idea, Brenda, and we've talked about this in the health insurance committee meeting. So with that, we think, and we pay money for a consultant that does this for us. We think there's probably $2 to $2.5 million worth of rebates. The problem is last year they spent $5 million more in medical claims than they took in premium. This year, it's around $6.5 million more medical claims and RX costs than they took in premium. So even if you backed out, because we're a fully insured plan, and these are conversations that are going to go on over the course of the next year. Because we are gonna have to course correct on our health insurance. We just absolutely are gonna have to course correct. It's a serious problem. It's a nationwide problem. It's not just a Gary problem or a certified staff district problem. It's an all of us problem. Healthcare costs have raised past everyone's ability to manage them. And that's with rate caps, right? And we're thankful for rate caps. We haven't hit a point where we think going self-insured be more cost effective for us than the current rate cap. Because we do think Blue Cross Blue Shield is funding the difference for us. But we have been told that probably Blue Cross Blue Shield doesn't have the appetite to keep doing that for Topeka Public Schools either. So we're going to collectively have to look at a different model, how we fund healthcare, particularly as we continue to be consumers of healthcare. But we're going to put $2.2 million into this health insurance system next year. I think it's interesting more than anything, understanding that about 93% of our costs, 93% of our folks are in single plans, 5% employee child, 2% spouse, 1% family. And I get it becomes an affordability issue. Single D, if you're in a single D, you're not going to see an increase this upcoming year or the next year, because the district, again, contractually has agreed to that. But Plan D is you assume more of a first dollar cost of your healthcare, right? And I think that is going to be key in any new type of arrangement that we come up with, is that we're all going to have to assume more our first cost of what we actually consume for healthcare, whether it's prescription drugs that we go to the doctor, unfortunately. Questions, comments about healthcare and what that looks like?
Just making sure I'm tracking my graph right here. That employee and spouse going from last year to this year, about $800 more.
Which
Sorry, the family spouse. So A across there, going from 2,800 to 3,500. That's the total cost.
Oh, that's the total cost. Yep.
Plan increase. I see in the green now. Thank you.
Yeah. And again, I mean, the purpose of this was really to talk about the total cost. Yeah, I just had to put the number somewhere. It is shocking, right, for us as employees, if we were to assume the increase of our healthcare. So at the end of the day, it really is our healthcare. But an 11.8% total increase that doesn't register the same as to the employee, particularly when right now the district is paying 79% of aggregately of our healthcare. What I'm saying is that's becoming increasingly difficult to find those dollars. It's not a problem that can't be solved, but it's going to be tough. We're going to have to do some tough work, all of us, together. Not only health insurance, big ticket item, property liability, and again, I don't want to spend too much time on this property liability. And it's got a lot of data. It's got 10 years from FY10 to FY16. But again, going back to if you own a home, if you've paid attention to your property liability insurance as it went up, as your values increased, as it went up, have the fires in California impacted your state farm premiums? I promise you, if you're paying attention, it has. And I don't know whether even this is really relevant, but going back to FY10, property liability rates, 370,000. We had a big hailstorm, FY 2010, 2011. The district, had 22 roofs, that were totally, destroyed. We had to, total replacements, and you can see what happened, right? After 22 roofs, Travelers Insurance or Hartford, they said, well, you know, probably 380,000 ain't enough for you per year. So we started getting into that $700,000 and $800,000 range. We had a fire at Topeka High School. Anybody remember the fire at Topeka High School? It was interesting on the backside, the roof caught fire. So property my point here is property liability is like health insurance. The cost is driven by claims. And it might not be just our claim, right? It could be big hurricanes, it could be the wildfires. But the property market got really hard in 19 and 20, and kind of ignore 18, that 539,000, because that was only 9 months. We had joined the pool. We were on our own prior to 2019 or 2018. And we joined the Kansas Insurance Cooperative. It now is close to probably 200 school districts here in the state of Kansas that belong to the cooperative. And it really had been a blessing for property casualty insurance for us. But the market got really hard 23, 24. And it's softened up a little bit. You can see 25 went down to 1.6, or I'm sorry, 1.8, 1.7 in 26, and again about 1.8 in 27. But the property, and this is what I really want to focus on in property liability. First of all, that 1.8, almost $2 million comes out of the LOB, right? So that is a part of those LOB dollars. This past year, our budget authority was 35,900,000, right? 1.8 of that is property liability insurance. So our property insurance is getting pretty favorable ratings, but where exposure is for school districts, and this is pre-K-12 school districts across the country, what do insurers worry about for pre-K-12 schools? They worry about people. And they worry about transporting kids. Those are their exposures, right? Buses and people. And you can see that's reflected in the liability. That general liability has more than doubled for us from 25 to 27. Auto has went really crazy. Proportionally, it's not a huge share of our total spend, but that trajectory is a little crazy. And the board liability also, again, overall percent of the total spend isn't huge, but I do think it tells a story that our general liability for schools, right, our risk, if you're managing risk, our risk is people, which isn't terribly surprising. 78% of what we do involves people, but sometimes people don't always do the right thing. And we have a lot of vehicles, right, moving things around. And it's not just Topeka Public Schools, it's the state where some of those really catastrophic things happen. And what we've seen and what our insurers are seeing is in the state of Kansas, right, there's this tort liability limit of $500,000 that says doesn't matter how much you sue for,
The extent of your insurance.
or the extent of your insurance. So these claims are racing past $1,000 for our insurance companies. And we've had a couple this year in the Kansas insurance pool where the insurance company has paid off just to get out of the way, right? I mean, to the point where that liability is so large, we know, right, from the insurer standpoint, we're gonna pay. But those are areas that although our property and liability has kind of calmed down, that market has calmed down a little bit. Now we have these other areas of liability that I think are concerning. But again, purely dollars that we take care of those with LOE dollars. So with all that said, we get in money, thankful for some things, worried about some others. We spend a lot of money on healthcare and other insurance and people. But bottom line, we're not dissimilar in terms of staff and the district. Did anybody see this? That was a great article, and it surprised me because it was in the Cat Journal. Why Americans feel bad about the economy. Did you guys see that? It was a great article, and it really did strike me. And this is really related to individuals, but I think if you look at why people feel bad about economy, why, I mean, I went on here quite some time about things. They're not dissimilar, right? The things that you are potentially arguing for, the things that we want, our problems aren't dissimilar. Affordability, right? It's just, we're on the other side of the coin. More pain at the gas pump. We didn't budget for $6 a gallon diesel fuel this year. We got it for $5 a gallon diesel fuel, but we got it. Healthcare worries. 6 in 10 Americans worry they won't be able to cover medical costs in the event of a serious illness or accident. We get that. I understand that. I get it. I get it. But those dollars have to come from somewhere. So we're not in a dissimilar space. I don't think at all. So we have to work that out for us.
I think to that point, one of my favorite tools as an economics teacher is the CPI calculator. I plug in numbers there all the time. I took a look at that base salary graph that you provided to us. That $37,000 in 2015 would be $53,000 today. And that's $3,000 less purchasing power for a new teacher compared to what a teacher in 20 or a decade ago would have. So we're all feeling it.
Yep. If the state of Kansas had only sent us state aid in $15, we'd be in great shape.
I just like putting those numbers in and seeing.
I would love to argue that. You think that'd be helpful if I went up in January and see if I can't get $15 for?
Just show them the calculator.
Just show them the calculator. You think they'd have a change of heart?
Well, to your point, to Gary's point, both, that's work of the Gannon case and the years of the block grant where funding per student went so drastically down to then get placed at just kind of an arbitrary number out of the court case again, and then CPI applied to that. So all of that, but that doesn't mean we got to make up for the missed CPI for those years of block grant and all that. So it's nice that the last few years we've been able to at least rely on that CPI estimate, but boy, get your crystal balls out because we're not sure what the legislature might be for.
And remember, they make the rules. When we talk about CPI, the finance formula, when it was to go to CPI, it was true CPI. But what happened? COVID hit, and nobody wanted to think about raising state aid per pupil by 7 or 8%. So then we said, well, wait a minute, we didn't mean CPI, we meant an average.
Yeah.
Right?
Also within the CPI, they change what goes in and out of the basket
Yes.
to try to, especially
Yeah.
energy costs right now
Right.
as not being part of that basket.
So Yeah. Don't count 100% on what's published, count 100% on what comes through the MIP. Is my rule, because that's how we gotta pay us and our gas bill and the bus company. Yeah. So. Thank you for letting me share that. I'd be happy to further clarify anything that I'm sure muddied the waters through my talk, but,
Any questions for Gary? I would like to, just say that we appreciate Gary sharing his knowledge and wisdom at the table for the last decade plus, at least. Do you know how long?
this would be the 12th budget I built, but Brad's gonna build this one for me, Brad, yeah. And prior to that, I was the director of purchasing. So, yeah, and I'm most proud. I brought 2-ply toilet paper. No, that's a true story. I really did. We were single ply in 2002. That's a true story, right, Shar? I mean, you were at the principal's meeting. I mean, we went with 2-ply toilet paper. It's good. So, but we, you know, in my time as the CFO, I took that, 2014, again, I've shared January 2015, after the election that fall, Governor Brown back, I got a from Dale Dennis and Ty Masterson. And he's gonna laugh because I try to do Dale Dennis. They may know Dale Dennis. He talks like Dale Dennis, and he's amazing. He has a photographic memory. And he said, "Garrett, are you there?" I said, "Yeah, Dale, I'm here." And he said, "Hey, Ty Masterson wants to talk to you." He said, "He's got a deal." And they walked the block through the block grant, right? And I hadn't been in my job 6 months, and I thought in the first 3 minutes, I thought, how awful is this gonna be? And they kept telling me it was gonna be good because it's gonna be easier to budget. You just budget the same thing for the next 3 years. It's amazing. But we did that. We got through it. And if you go back and look, we did give raises. We didn't keep people. And that literally is, you know, at the beginning of this is our commitment has always been to do the right thing. We didn't keep people just because we got 38.52 per kid. We were losing, I mean, right, we tried to do the right thing, but it's kind of best effort. And that's what we try to convey. So we went through the block grant, we went through COVID, and COVID, we kind of had the opposite problem. We had a lot of money, but it had a really narrow gate on how that could get spent. I think we did a pretty fair job with rewarding our folks for staying in teaching and staying in education. We tried to do it with that. And staying compliant with what the federal guidelines were for that money. Of the two, I'd rather go through a block grant in school finance than I would COVID again, and that's probably crazy to say. But I would rather go back to the block grant than go through COVID for everybody. And now, if I could, you know, I'm a pretty conservative guy, but I've learned over my time here at Topeka Public Schools, public education is really important. It really is, and on this side of the table, I think we fight for it every day, and I know you guys are fighting for it every day in the classroom. So I really believe in a strong public education system. I was a product of it, not that it did me much good, probably, right? But I think at the end of the day, keeping that in mind, that outside of this process, we really are all on the same team. So sometimes it might feel different, but we are. I do feel strongly in order for this country to continue to grow and move forward. Public education is a huge part of it. We're not going to do it with charter schools and private schools and homeschooling. I don't believe that most of that, I really don't. But we know it takes dollars to do that with.
Okay, thank you. Perfect place to stop. When would you all like to come back together?
I mean, we eat lunch in 30 minutes every day, so an hour.
So, 2 o'clock,
Huh?
2 o'clock?
Yes, that works for us.
All right, Gary, what you guys do that? Thank you. Oh, I'm gonna need the rest of the evening. When they get into. Oh, thank you. It's not much. Sweet treats, I have to share that.
The same thing we wanted to say, okay. Here.
It's insane. Hey, Brenda, here's some paper copy. There's additional.
Thank you.
copies. Yeah. Extra. Yeah.
We're ready, whatever, sorry.
Yep. We would like to respond to your Article 20 proposal, if that's okay.
Yep.
I'll start just by, sharing, I think we all, can relate to the anxiety that people feel when they're called in to see a supervisor. We all have a supervisor too, and we understand that. We do care. We give a climate survey every year. We look at the feedback. Schools use it as part of their improvement plan. The EPIC survey we look at, we've had champions groups, we've had focus groups for new staff based on that data. And I did get the numbers. I would share that in Topeka Public Schools, 872 certified staff participated in the EPIC survey, which is comparatively to the schools that are considered our benchmark schools, which include KCK, Wichita, Garden City, and Liberal. Collectively, they had 1,911. So we had a really strong participation. And I think that, I mean, that does go back to the fact that we care. We've carved out time during a professional development day to collect that feedback. And of that 872 certified staff, 81% are satisfied or very satisfied with the relationship with their principal.
Can I ask a question on that?
Mhm.
You can be very satisfied with your supervisor and still be nervous about going into a meeting. That doesn't have anything to do with the survey that I marked, that I love I'm perfectly fine with it. But that doesn't take away how I feel when I go into a meeting. So the satisfaction isn't. I mean, everything else that the principal's doing is, it's not one thing that we're saying, yes, we like the principal, we don't like it. I mean, if we had one bad experience, are we supposed to give them a negative result? So that's my question. One bad experience, should we be then saying, no, we are not satisfied with our principal? That's a question. I don't know.
I think that's probably a very personal, is a probably question.
Exactly. So my one bad experience didn't make me choose not satisfied.
I would also share that of the 872 certified staff, 49% of them belong to me.
What was that?
49% are members of the union. 49% of the 872 that participated in the survey.
Brenda, I was able to get the data from the exit survey. This is the external exit interview survey. We had started that in January, I believe was when we first brought that on board. And since then, we had 61 total employees take that survey. And the question, were you treated with respect from your manager or principal? 83.6% said that it was agreed or strongly agreed. And the other question around this topic is the manager or principal cared about our well-being. And that was agreed or strongly agreed was 80% of that 61.
Is that 61 in total, so classified, certified, administrative? Okay.
Yes,
Correct.
and that data was pulled on June 2nd. So I know we have more since then. That was just the data pull that I had. Also just wanted to point out that, you know, we have the avenue of the NEA monthly meeting for specific concerns to be able to come up and work to address those. We also have the morale committee that takes place where people are able to share concerns. And lots of times there is written follow-up feedback from those meetings when concerns are shared. So there are a lot of avenues for us to seek feedback from staff and take,
Are
you know,
all
their
schools-
feedback and well-being
Are all
into
schools
consideration.
represented at those meetings?
I'm sorry.
Are all schools represented at those meetings?
Well, I would.
Or is it like 3 middle schools, 5 elementary? I mean, I don't know what the breakdown is for like the morale committee. Is there one at each school that is invited?
It's,
It's a level.
yeah, it's in the agreement and I believe we both get 5 representatives.
With the intent that those representatives are taking
I
feedback.
was gonna say,
From
from
membership.
the representatives better, because I don't know who they are.
And I think that's a great question from my perspective of, you know, if we're meeting with, the president and vice president every Tuesday, you know, my thought would be that they're getting information from building reps and we're getting a good representation of what's happening out in buildings, because if we're not, that's not helping us be informed about what's really happening so that we can address it. I'm sorry, what did I say? Every Tuesday. Oh, not every Tuesday. First Tuesday. So I think for a final concluding statement is that, we cannot agree to the language that was presented for Article.
Any other questions?
Just to clarify, you're saying as presented or in English?
Well, what's completely on the table, we're not agreeing to.
What about the current language is the hangup? Because I mean, we said before, that we're willing to rework some language if you need more specifics or something, we just need to know what that is.
Our current counter proposal is that we leave the language as is. So I mean, yourselves is more than welcome to bring back if you've got another proposal you want to bring up later, but right now, we're at it as it currently is.
Can you understand how that might sound like anything that we present on Article 20 is just an automatic no?
Yes.
And the optics of that for the teachers. How the presents how the board feels about teachers and our ability to have productive collaborative meetings to avoid further issues.
And Brenda was gonna come back on tomorrow morning with the survey of how many had said they would like to have this, so does she not need to come back with that percent?
She can definitely share it tomorrow.
But will it be meaningful? Because it sounds like anything, even if we came back and offered another counter, like previously you had said that if we had made the article more specific on what is defined as non-disciplinary, which we did last year, which was also rejected. So again, it just sounds like if we counter it at all, it's gonna be an automatic no. And I think, as you said, guys outlined at the beginning, we're all interested in conserving our energy and our resources and our time. So is it going to be beneficial to us to actually offer a counter? Or is it just straight up something that the board is not interested in hearing about?
I don't think that I can speak about a hypothetical proposal. I think that we can only speak to what's passed at the table.
Right, and so then the counter, is like, okay, well then what is problematic about it? And that question hasn't been fully answered either, so we can make prompt edits if that would be the case.
I think in our previous discussion before lunch, we had a lot of back and forth discussion. We gained lots of helpful context from both sides as to what issues there might be with it or why you felt strongly that it should be considered. So I just kind of want to say that I don't agree that we haven't fully gone through this or vetted it or that we prematurely dismissed it. I think there was a lot of meaningful conversation about it.
I did too, actually. I thought that we made very good arguments that I thought we might have swayed you to understand our side of it. But I was apparently wrong.
And it just sounds like any argument we make isn't gonna make the difference.
Well, I'm not sure about that statement. I think at the bottom, the basic is a difference between the relationship of the principal with the teacher when it's non-disciplinary is far different than the relationship when they're being called in for, let's say, a discipline matter. That relationship between the principal and the staff member, and I could speak from it both as a seventh grade teacher for 7 years, the relationship with my principal, plus now working with principals on a weekly, daily basis on issues that occur at the building level. We want that relationship to be, particularly in the first 3 years of a teacher's experience, are the most difficult. If they're going to leave, it's going to be during those first 3 years. So it's very important that that be a supportive relationship, that there be conversations throughout the week and maybe the semester as they deal with discipline, as they deal with how to handle parents, as they deal with relationships with their colleague. Because we know for first-year teachers, the basic issues are always working cooperatively with others, classroom discipline, and working with parents. Those types of meetings need to be helpful, supportive. When you interject a representative into that, then the focus becomes on other issues, not on my relationship with you is to help you as a principal be the best teacher that you can be. So basically, by interjecting a representative, you turn it into, and we always hear that them against us. With teachers, it's at the building level, everybody's in. Student achievement only occurs when the principal and the teachers work cooperatively together. But that relationship, when it's a non-disciplinary, needs to be focused on the principal and the teacher building a relationship together to solve any concerns that come up. Now, if they don't get resolved, and we hope that they do, and it moves into the discipline step, then that's where the current language works well in the sense that if it is a disciplinary step and things have gotten to the point where my relationship with you as a teacher and your relationship with me, the improvement is not being seen or the change is not there to benefit the students, then that becomes more of a representation because it is serious at that time. But we don't want to send a signal in those first 3 years that it's a cooperative, we're in this together as a team. It's not, I'm here with my building representative and you're here as administration and we're going to work it out. That's not the relationship you want. You do want probably that representation once it becomes disciplinary. But up until then, you want to have them build a relationship together. I'm here to help you. You're here to learn the job description, deal with the challenges, because when you're going to school to become a teacher, looks a lot easier than it actually is, as all of us know. So that relationship is where we probably will not agree on changing the dynamics of that relationship, particularly when the data shows that there's no need for it.
Can you guarantee that it's only the principal that is in the room when that meeting happens?
You can't guarantee anything.
So that's the problem. When you walk in and you see Sarah Sharp or Jessica Williams sitting at the table along with the principal, and you're like, wow, this just became something more than just a conversation.
A lot of it is perception, but that's not to say that all of us around this table,
That perception.
all of us around this table have a boss, and we've all had those moments. But I think you have to always start from the premise that principals are former teachers. They've been there, they've done that, they've had that experience. So they're going to, particularly with the shortage of staff and teachers and licensed personnel, they're going to be doing everything to bend over backwards to make that employee successful. Now, there are times when it doesn't work and you go into the disciplinary, and that's when representation is available to them. But beyond that, I think the most important thing is to preserve that relationship between the principal and the teacher to work through the problems and issues that weren't maybe covered in their the college, their class on, you know, preparation for teaching or whatever it is now. So it's that preserving that relationship that I think is very, very critical. And that when there is a disciplinary issue, representation certainly is there to help do all the things that you said is done at that time. Because, and then part of the concern I have is the delay. Many times issues are minor that can be taken care of with just a conversation, a brief conversation. Whereas if you, any scheduled meeting then is going to interject a delay. And it's just like discipline. The best discipline is when it's done immediately when the issue occurs, not waiting for a day or two afterwards. So the implementation of this would be very, very difficult. I think it would cause things to escalate rather than resolve them at that level. And then the question is that if there is a building rep in every building, members can still come to you when they get, and I'm sure they do now, when they say, my principal wants to talk to me. You have an opportunity to say, well, you know, what do you think it's about? But after the meeting, they can likewise come to you and you can advise them. But the big issue is, unless it's disciplinary, all of them are going to be collaborative meetings to support them and their growth as a teacher. So we don't want to turn that into a formal representation where people get adversarial. It's not adversarial. The whole goal, those first 3 years, is to help them be a better teacher and be successful. Because the time and effort and energy that's invested in a new teacher is tremendous. So everybody wants them to be as successful as they can be. I just see the dynamics of turning it into a representation that's going to delay what really is the whole goal. Let's resolve this issue as soon as we can and move on.
We agree with everything that you've said.
I think
Absolutely.
your argument is exactly right.
That's the argument that we're like, you're literally making my argument for me, right? Like, so yes, once it becomes formally disciplinary, you have representation, correct? Do we also want things resolved at the lowest level possible as quickly as possible? Yes. You referred to being a team and collaborating and all of those things. We agree, and we want to be a part of the team and help out and help not only our first, second, third year teachers, but our 25th year teachers and our 15th year teachers and our 18th year teachers, because we don't want people working in our district that aren't providing top-notch education to our students either, right? Like, we all want them to provide great education and outcomes for our students. Like, that's what, I wouldn't be a teacher if I didn't want my students to have good outcomes, right? Like, and you're not gonna get that if you're not performing at a high level, right? Like, we wanna be a part of that. That's what we're trying to do here, is be a part of that process before it becomes disciplinary, so that we can help not have so many disciplinary problems and things and get things solved. Because a person can absolutely come to me and talk to me. Now I have their side of the story. I have at best 80% of what really happened, right? Because my perception is gonna be at least 20% of what happened in that meeting. But now they've come to me and asked my advice about something, and if they misunderstood something or they feel like they weren't told something that they were told, now I'm giving them advice and it's not helpful. I'm not really being a part of the team. I'm actually working against what the real outcome should be, right?
there's a next step. But after they come and talk to you and you only think you have 80% of it, you always have the opportunity to go to the principal and ask, what's this all about?
Or I could just be in the room and get the whole 100% right then and there.
And, I understand your position 100%. I've been there, I've done that. But likewise, I think there is another side to it, and it's an issue that we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on.
Before we move on from this, I want to state that am very disappointed on the fact that that was framed as representation is only a negative, and that we will be nothing but adversarial in those meetings. That is really disappointing to hear that that's the board's perspective on this, is that it can only be adversarial and that we can't contribute anything positive to this. And that was very much framed in a negative light. And I want that stated on the record, that that's really disappointing, that that's how representation is seen, is that what you just said in the negative light that you framed it, that it will be adversarial and delay things and we're not a collaborative team, is really disappointing.
Well, and I'd like to affirm for the record also that it's a perception that it was negative, because to understand that principals become principals because they love teaching and they want to help others. But when you insert another person in there with the meeting with their staff member that they are accountable to help improve, then they perceive that as negative also. So, and that's what we're trying to preserve, that positive working relationship between the classroom teacher and the building principal, working together to make sure that all students are achieving at a high level.
I'm curious, and you can tell me no. When was the last time you all were classroom teachers? How long ago have you all been in the classroom?
I don't mind, 2004.
Thank you.
I became assistant principal in July of 2007.
I gotta do the math.
And actually, I started in 04, so I didn't move to administration until 13.
So 2004.
Donna, what did you teach?
In the dark ages.
I think I'd like to point out too that this representation, it's not a third party coming in, it's not someone unknown to that principal. More often than not, it's going to be another staff member of theirs. It's going to be someone that has that relationship with them as well. Someone else that's in that 80% of people that have a positive view of that principal. I don't think that this is inherently adversarial. I don't think it's something inherently a principal would look at as negative, because we're all part of the same team. We're all working for the same students. And so in that conversation, whatever it turns into, as a representative, my goal is to get the best outcomes for the teachers, students, and admin that we can to have the best school possible.
Okay, thank you. Where do we want to go from here?
Do you have a response to our one?
Yeah, we're gonna need time to go back to the unit and talk to them before we can give you an official response on that. But yes, we will have a response for you once I have adequate contact information.
Do you have another proposal that you can pass?
Somewhere, sure do. And this month. There it is.
I'll set together. Oh, those really.
So we would like to again revisit the idea of consolidating sick leave and personal leave into paid time off. At the end of negotiations last year, other than salary, which I think is probably on the top of everyone's list all the time. This would be what we would consider to be sort of monetary. So this was like the number one thing we heard about from our staff. We consider it monetary simply because people are paid for the days. I know that they're budgeted for and things, and that money already exists. But we would consider this to fall technically into compensation territory simply because it would, I mean, it does have a dollar cost associated with it, even if that dollar cost doesn't change for the district's budget. So this was the one of the big things that people compensation wise felt like was something that they wanted reconsidered, that we hear about a lot, other than their salary.
Any other explanation, justification for the proposal?
I mean, we feel like at the core of it, our responsibility is to represent the bargaining unit. So when the bargaining unit overwhelmingly brings an issue to us as something that they're interested in having re-examined, we feel responsible to bring it back to the table and open it back up for discussion.
When the bargaining unit brought it to you, did they provide any additional context or reasoning that we should consider? And I think the elephant in the room with this one is that it changes from being the leave being assumed that it's due to some sort of sick or disability type situation to it's now vacation time that you can use as needed, which would have a cost. So we just want to fully understand what your proposal is.
I mean, so I think there's a couple of things. I think generally speaking, people feel like the current system puts them in a position of having to not be honest all the time about why they're taking leave or the time frame in which they're able to apply for that leave, simply because they're working around the constraints outlined on paper. I think there's also a general feeling that what we've heard repeatedly in the past is that idea that like people will just take time to take time. Or that someone will abuse it, or that, yeah, so people, I think, generally just feel like if you, I mean, the thing I think I hear probably the most is if you give me 10 days, I should get to use 10 days. I mean, just at the core basic of the argument, right? Like, people, I think, feel like they are given time, and then so many constraints are put around when they can use it, what they can use it for. Then we built in personal days. Those were on Fridays. A lot of providers don't see people on Fridays, so as everybody else, because now the kids are out of school, the teachers are out of school, everybody's trying to go to the same people on the same day. And so it just doesn't, not everything in the world, as much as I wish it did, as a person whose whole world has revolved around a school schedule her entire life, not everything does. And there's just circumstances that people have that they would like to be able to be a professional and make a professional determination about needing to be gone for something that may or may not fall within the current guidelines, and feel like they can just be honest about that. And just be like, this is something that's important and is a priority in my life, and so I need to be gone for a day or two here or there for that.
Thank you.
Have you thought of any kind of consequences that could cause with substitutes? I know that one of the past issues that you had addressed were, we want to make sure that we have teachers in classrooms, and sometimes there are teachers that are covering classrooms, and we want to talk about, you know, how they're compensated. If we now have teachers leaving at a different rate, what does that look like? Have you thought about what that looks like for us having to provide subs and not getting subs?
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not sure that I agree that the rate would necessarily be different. I think the thing that would change is the ability for someone to put that stuff in the system sooner. Like, speaking from personal experience, if I know that if my building is crazy, I don't care if I have a temperature and I don't feel well. If I have 7 people out that day, that greatly impacts the students that I work with, and I'm going to work that day. And I would not schedule an appointment on that day if I knew in advance that 7 of my staff members are already gonna be out that day, because they didn't have to wait until the night before to put it in to make it look like they were sick, right? So I know those things in advance. And so if my principal then sent me an email and said, hey, Brenda, did you know you are putting in for an appointment on a day that like we're already having 7 or 8 people out, and you might not get a sub, just FYI. I probably would call that provider back and say, hey, can I reschedule this to a day that maybe is more convenient with my staff? Or change the time of day so that I don't have to leave as early or something like that.
Do you believe that all staff members are going to treat it the way that you treat it?
I overwhelmingly believe that by giving people the benefit of the doubt, they often surprise you at how much they lean towards the positive side of that. Yes.
And to just piggyback for a second too, it's like the going in preparation, like going into that day, like at Topeka High, our lead secretaries do an amazing job of letting us know, like, especially during the spring sports season, it gets real crazy. And they'll send out an email, they'll be like, guys, like, we gotta have people on X day because of all these things. And at least they're telling, like, we're prepared for that, because it is kind of like, look, the worst when you have this whole day and you're like, oh, I'm gonna use my plan time this way, and this is exactly what's happening, and then you have to cover. But if I can plan that these people are gonna be out and I can prepare for that, then that also, like, the flow of the school day is just so much better for everybody as well.
To borrow some economics, because I guess I'm in my economics teacher hat today, we're trying to change the incentive structure of encouraging people to be incentivized to be honest with the time that they would like to take off. This time, or the incentive structure that we have right now of sick leave incentivizes people to be dishonest or wait until the last possible moment to put in for that time. And that creates a burden on people being able to take that time if they know it's an appointment in advance from people who are having something come up in the moment. So by changing the incentive for people to be forthright and therefore a little bit more for planning, you can get more people to put in that time where we can know, like we just said, if we've got a lot of people out on one day or we've got a lot of people out on 2 days, maybe I change that schedule. So by changing the incentives, we hope to maybe lighten some of the burden on that system.
Any other questions from the team? Okay. Then I think we would be ready for the caucus to review this, so we want to come back together tomorrow.
Do you guys have anything for us to look at in the meantime? I just didn't know if you had another proposal for us to look at.
Not at this time.
Yeah, just come back tomorrow 9 AM.
That's good.
Before we let it go though, I just wanted to clarify, I was given the impression that I should have received more information last night. But I didn't, so I don't know if that was just a misunderstanding between lawyers, or if you intended to send an email that didn't come through, or what happened.
I'm not sure
Okay.
what you're.
I was given the impression by Jay that Donna had indicated that I should have received additional information last night. That I didn't, but I didn't get anything, so I just wanted to check.
I think if anything, it was that we had put out a task in Munis for staff to disclose about their personal contact information. I think that was, I don't know, I wasn't part of the conversation.
Okay, do we know? Yeah, so I guess if we're on that topic, then I guess is there any clarification about the term outside entities that can be provided? Because that's a question that I've gotten from several people and that I actually sent to the HR email and asked and haven't gotten a response on yet. So I'd just be curious if we have a list of those, or we can define that, or what is that?
Yes, we intentionally went with the word entities because we have 3 employee groups that historically, back when we were in terms and putting information in there, there was a directory sheet that went out to all of the staff. And we put that into Munis, and that directory sheet historically has gone to all 3 of our employee groups. So that is why the word entities was used. It is more specific than the traditional letter that we had used in the past. It just said, can we share your information?
So,
Yes or no?
okay, so people, if they elect yes, they're not only electing for the exclusive bargaining agent to have access to that information to communicate with them, but they're potentially saying yes to, I don't know, United Way or Horace Mann, or I don't know what other agency we would potentially work with receiving that.
There is a potential, yes,
Okay,
same as it has always been asked. Share or no share.
And often, the most common request we get is for employees' names, email address, and they will ask under an open records request for employees' addresses and phone numbers. And many employees may not want under an open records request, even though when they ask for open records, then they will also say, we require that they say they're not going to use them for solicitation. But even then, employees don't want to give their personal address or email out because they don't want solicitations, although everybody gets them anyway. So that's why the term was broader. Because I think originally we looked at just saying KDA, but we thought it would be broader to protect employees' privacy when we get, and it's more common, I deal with open records requests.
so I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that by saying yes to that question, people are potentially allowing their personal information to be shared under an open records request?
No, well, by saying no, by saying no, they don't want it shared, we don't give that information out.
Right, but if I say yes, you would?
Generally not, it's gonna depend upon, the type of request that's there, but generally we would not give out any, under the open records, the only thing that's really, we have to give is name, position, salary, and length of service. But we will get sometimes, additional requests for specific individuals, and we'll say no. But we made the term entity broad enough that it would cover not just KMEA, but others who, to protect people's privacy, employees' privacy. The only thing we generally give them is, when they ask for email, we'll give them the district's email, which is everybody's, is the same. Other than that, we try very hard to protect their privacy. Knowing that in your position as a teacher, you might get more contacts, and you want to keep that information private away from possibly parents or others in the community. You're very much like policemen.
But this was for the things that we wanted when we asked in March.
Yeah, I guess I just have a concern that we're potentially lumping in. We're muddying the waters by asking the question as outside entity, because like I shared, I think it was 2 years ago we had this conversation. And the question was supposed to go out then. I said no. As a person who's not listed in the phone book, her house is blurred out on Google Maps. My dad was a sergeant in the police department and we have the same last name. You don't put yourself out there like that when you have a police officer in your family and you share their name. It's just not done. And so I said no. But asking me if I want the union to have my information and be able to let me know about things like my contract and the negotiation of that contract is an entirely different question than, can you send this to some random organization that asks you for my information for, I don't know what that would be, what an example of that would be that you would potentially do that, but what I'm hearing is that potentially it could happen. And that to me is two very different things.
And Brenda, I guess the question I have is, there are building reps in every building, true?
We strive for that. I can't at this
Okay.
moment guarantee that I do, but yes, that's
So
the
then-
intention.
Why aren't the building reps making contact with staff and asking for their personal contact information if it is so important to have that specifically? Like, you've got people in building making contact with staff every single day and interacting. I don't understand why that can't be an avenue if you're so passionate about it.
I mean, we do collect as much of it as we can, but
So we get it.
the
for our
legal
members.
statute says that that responsibility doesn't fall on me, that I can ask for that information and have contact information for my unit.
And I think the side that we're trying to protect is we also have employees that feel very strongly that they don't want their information shared specifically with. the
Do you know if
association.
they want to know about their contract that we are negotiating?
I can't speak for that individual who may feel that way. We're talking hypotheticals here, but I mean, there are other methods of communication like that we provide and facilitate through the district email. I mean, other ways that if they have a relationship with their building rep, that they could have voluntarily given that contact information. I'm not trying to argue a specific scenario. I'm just trying to say there is another side of this that we are trying to protect individual rights to their privacy in this, and that is all we're trying to do is just make sure that we're respecting those boundaries as well.
But there's legal statutes that provide me that information. So like, I appreciate that I mean, as a person who did the opt-out of the credit reporting spam mail that everybody gets, right? I had a whole weekend where I did that one time, and it's amazing how much less mail I receive now. Yeah, if somebody sent me a letter back or an email back and said, I don't want to proceed with it, of course we would stop contacting them because nobody wants to do that. But just like you're trying to protect my privacy, I'm trying to communicate with my unit, which is what I'm legally allowed to do.
Well, I am not an attorney, so I can't say what we're allowed to or not to do. I do rely on our legal counsel for that advice, so that's something I can really speak to on.
I mean, also not an attorney, but here I am interpreting my understanding of the law, which is that I have a legal right to the information.
Well, and I would say at this point, since that's where the conversation has been, that's where we leave it. If we provided you with even more information this year than we provided last year based upon your data request. And I think that the district has showed a step in an effort. Even though it may not be to your satisfaction, we've shown a step in an effort to make moves to get you the data that you want in a way that we feel like is respecting the privacy of staff. You knew what the past practice was as far as the data that we were sharing. And these are conversations that could have started in October in our monthly NEA meetings, and it didn't come up until really push came to shove yesterday.
We've had these conversations for years as a part of negotiations about the lack of information that's provided.
There wasn't a lack of information. We provided a monster data spreadsheet. I think at this point, we need to pause this conversation. They can pick it up and we'll go from there.
Okay.
We will see you tomorrow morning at 9.
Yep.